Hello everyone! Welcome again to the Queen's stream, and apparently not picking up the game. Of course. OBS, why? Let's do intros first, and we'll fix that little detail later in a sec. Anyways, I'm your queen, or Empress, Mel, and joining me again is Dav.
Meow.
Oh, now it's showing up. Corgi.
Hello.
Aeros.
The Guardian welcomes you.
Dawn.
Everyone.
Dronon.
Good evening.
Roady.
Hello.
Skills/Shadow.
Hey.
And Sky.
Look, I have a stream bean.
and we should have a Draco soon, and maybe I should know if I messed up with when it was poking people. Poking people for notifications and like But yes, today is, or at least I'm making it the finale today because we just have two main Durgs left. And I'm also gonna try to fit in the last two side ones, the little one and Emra.
Your side pieces.
Emra definitely needs a lot of space, so I need to make sure she fits in. Emra's a chunky gal.
Did we not do... Oh, we didn't do, Adine.
Yeah, Adine and Remy. And technically, it makes sense, because I double-checked to make sure I was gonna mess up the good endings, and technically the two are tied in a little bit to get their good endings, as well as to trigger certain other events. So it's good we're doing them last, and together.
And Draco has arrived.
And yep, there's a Draco. So this will require me to save in particular spots and see if I can finally do, because I kept screwing up a couple times. Finally do the two endings at once at the final at chapter 4.
Yeah, let's not kill Bryce this time.
Yeah, don't kill Bryce.
I was undertale.
We got 10 people now.
Yes, everyone is making sure everyone's showing up on the top of the screen there.
Grand finale.
This is a grand finale. So let us start cycle whichever the fuck. I forgot how many cycles we've done so far.
I imagine it has to be at least 6 or 7.
Your journey, Mel.
Oh, that's right. Katrina's not here to do the. Nona's not here to do the system voice.
We're gonna have that
sort of an administrator.
We're gonna have that confusion again with
Should I take system in that case then?
Sure, if you want.
That could work.
Uh-oh. Come on, OBS, don't start dipping out there. I see the score dipping to red there. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're still cool.
Meow.
I know.
I awoke from an uneasy... Hello? I thought I heard someone speaking there.
No, just you.
Something came from Sky's mic, but I don't know what.
Somehow I'm echoing.
I awoke from uneasy dreams, looking at an unfamiliar ceiling. Just for a moment, I wondered where I was before the events of last night's. All came back to me. After a good stretch, I looked around the room, illuminated by the sunlight coming in from the window. Outside, in the distance, the portal I had emerged from proudly stood on the peak of a small hill. getting ready, I noticed something lying on the table. It was the note Remy had left for me, in case I need anything, along with his home phone and work number. There were also some numbers for delivery of food and other necessities, as well as emergency and even janitorial services. He had certainly thought of everything, even though I now had to wonder what a dragon plumber might look like. My musings were interrupted when the doorbell rang. When I opened the door, I was met by another dragon. AKA the system.
It looks like you've seen this before. Skip to the character selection.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Sebastian.
I still want to do the thing where I cut off my voice as fast as possible.
No, this time the system cut you off for that.
Could you get your snout in the door?
Bryce led me back to the apartment. I guess there wasn't really much for me to do in the meantime, as I was spared the more arduous parts of the investigation, aka the paperwork. Maybe I should have been glad about this. Well, now I had an afternoon to fill. What should I do?
Excuse me, have you had a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior Raptor Jesus?
All praise Raptor Jesus.
Almost forgot about Raptor Jesus.
Well, now you're forced to remember Raptor Jesus.
It's okay, he was a runner too.
Oh. Anyways,
Desert runner.
let's meet with Remy. Oh, we lost someone. Who just lose?
Sky.
Yeah, Sky's computer crashed.
Oh no.
Fine.
Sky has physical
Now he's
problems.
sitting right next to me.
It's fine. We'll just have to use Roady as a proxy for Sky.
Okay, Roady, you're a two-headed dragon for today.
Yeah, they're both
Oh?
green. It's fine.
That's okay. Both heads are green. They're fine.
Yeah.
Okay, he told me to meet him in the lobby, but no one's here. I should look for him. Can't be too far after all.
It looks like you've seen this before. Skip to the end of the scene.
Sure, might
In
as
the
well.
distance, you hear Remy. No.
So yeah, we did do this one scene with them before. Satisfactory. It was
where you went on his computer and played his video games.
well, first what was it? No, yeah, first it was ordering books, and then it was checking out the cutscene of one of his video games, where the human just spoke in growls.
As you wish.
Anyway, thank you for your help. If there's any way I can repay you, just let me know.
How about a kiss?
No. How about you invite me to
got
dinner
me,
sometime?
That's fine with me. You've got my number, so you know. So call me about it when you have the time.
I will. Have a nice evening.
You too.
Oops, I did a goof.
We parted amicably, or so I thought. Did I see him again? Wasn't sure, but I kept his number, just in case. Hi, Kel. Yeah, it's probably going to skip Edine's first meeting because we've done her first meeting. We haven't done we've done Remy's second meeting, but we want to do that fully through because there is a part that we want to do fully this time.
And this time you'll be able to save Vera.
But anyways, let's
Yes,
look.
because you needed to talk to Remy to save Vera, right?
Yeah.
Her date.
I remember that Edine had told me that the cafe did deliveries as well. And not having anything else better to do, I figured I should try it out. I made my order with a quick phone call. It wasn't long before the doorbell rang. Well, that was quick.
Jeff Bezos Amazon Delone delivery.
It just so happened that Edine herself stood in the doorway, dripping wet with damp containers in her grip.
Aww.
That's still so sad.
Is it gonna fast forward? Oh, it's you again.
I thought we were over this, but at least you didn't reduce me to... Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Hey! Coco.
Hey,
Yeah, you're.
here's your order. Sorry, I got a little wet. But I still should be okay.
You're soaked. Why did you come in?
Thanks, I was about to ask you if I could stay for a little while. That was actually my last delivery today, and I live on the other side of town.
Of course. I couldn't let you fly back when it's this ugly outside. And now it doesn't, of course.
Okay, I was waiting for that.
Skip to the end of the scene.
Sure.
Could you imagine system as Cappy? As you wish. Or Clippy. Clippy? Cappy? Clippy.
Coco.
You know, if you wanted me to come over again, you don't have to order anything, you know it. Here's our private number.
I'll keep that in mind, thanks.
Bye.
And now, Chapter 2. We definitely have to make sure to do things properly to set things up.
Yay, I'm on both chapters.
I was gonna say the only bad thing about doing these things multiple times is that the chapters literally get very, very short.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if I could ignore the whole skip thing.
It looks like you've seen this before. Skip to the scene selection. As you wish.
Honestly, though, after certain points, the chapters will start having decent lengths. Since at this point, we should be able to do Remy's in full because there's things we missed in that one, so we're not skipping there. And of course, we haven't done
Make sure you
Edine's
look at his
second.
pictures a lot. I think that's how you
Yeah.
figure out what's his. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
We
think
did-
that's the good one.
we did it twice, but not a third time. There was 3 times.
Third time's a charm.
It was a relief to leave the crime scene during all that had happened. When I reached into my pocket to take a look at the list, however, I found something unexpected. It was a small piece of paper with the word Tetsu written on it. To get there. My earlier encounter with the masked person was the only time today someone close enough to smuggle something into my pocket. I figure if someone like Bryce tried to do something like that, I definitely would have noticed.
Hey.
As for Tetsu, the only related thing I could think of was Tetsu Park, which I had come across when I went to the police station the other day. Even if that park was the place the mysterious paper referred to, I didn't know if it was actually a good idea to visit. The masked person may have saved me from the masked person may have saved me from the falling light fixture. But if it was Reza, it would mean I'm following someone who was also a prime suspect of 2 murders. I'm stumbling my words a lot lately. I also had to consider the list of places Reza had been to. A local grocery store, production facility we had visited, and the library were 3 places closest to here. It certainly was going to be a busy day. I knew I wouldn't have the time to visit all of them. Right, so I'm going to make a save here for
You want to go to the library, I believe, for this one here.
Yeah. Well, if I do, I need a further good ending for I need the grocery store as well.
Yep.
The reason why I'm saving here though is
store is number 3, I think.
The reason why I'm saving here is because I'm going to come back here later to trigger Aeros parts, but I'm most likely going to come back here to do her visit in Tatsu Park again. But we'll see. We'll see if I have to. I might still be able to do her second part because I've already technically triggered her first part earlier, but we'll see how. But first, let's go to the grocery store to make sure this part's triggered. I entered the store. The sound of a bell alerting the staff to my arrival. Seeing patrons browsing the shelves, neatly stocked with wares of all kinds, evoked some feelings of nostalgia and normalcy in me. Most of the store Reza's been shopping at. And there's our very English bartender slash storekeeper. Who's he talking to? Hey,
Yes.
I think I've seen her before.
I'm sorry, but this prescription has expired.
Oh.
I just can't fill it like this. You need to tell your parents to visit the doctor so he can write you a new one.
Hmm? She turned around, nearly running into me when she suddenly bolted toward the door.
Mel, how can I help you?
You know who I am?
How could I not? Everyone knows about you.
Also, I could have sworn we met before. Must be deja vu.
You know, I had the similar feeling just now. How strange. Anyway, how can I help you?
Who's that?
You mean the girl? That was Vara. She comes here occasionally to pick up her mother's prescription.
You remember Reza coming here?
Of course I do. Yes, it's only been a few days since he was last here.
This will sound a little unusual, but can you tell me what he brought? What he bought?
Are you just talking about the last time, or every time he came here?
Both, I suppose. He came here more than once.
He's been visiting pretty regularly, now that I think about it.
Interesting. Guess he doesn't like takeout.
Yes, perhaps he likes some home cooking. But I can look up his purchases if you like.
That would be really helpful.
Yes, shouldn't be too hard. Give me just a second.
I watched him carefully navigate the register's buttons, soon followed by the sound of the attached printer.
Here you go. Receipts from all his purchases.
Dot matrices.
Well, that was easy. Push the button.
That was easy.
Well, since our government takes care of all his purchases, they're filed separately. It was rather simple to pull them up.
Like he bought mostly food and snacks. Sometimes magazines. But why was he buying lemons every single time?
I can't say that I didn't notice, but I figured it was just a human thing. Perhaps he really likes lemonade?
Strange. In any case, that was more information than I expected. Yeah, my thanks.
You're quite welcome.
Time to leave. Well, that's all I can do here.
Have a good day, Mel.
Anyways, to the library. Alright, Reza, what did you want here? Hey, it's Remy. Gav.
It's Remy.
My bad. I already told you it's not here.
Who's he talking to? Nadine?
Want you help out an old friend?
Friend? First time we've spoken to me in years.
And whose fault is that? For you, I don't even exist the last 2 years. At least I tried to reach out to you.
No, you're here just because you want something.
Look at that angry face. He's not so cute.
I am right here, right now, and you still continue with that act? She was my friend too, you know.
I think you should leave.
For what it's worth, I'm sorry for everything.
It's a little late for apologies.
Have it your way then.
Nadine stormed out so quickly she didn't even notice me. I waited a few moments and wondered if it was a good time to talk to Remy. In the end, I decided my task was too pressing to come back another time. I shuffled through books and tried to look busy until I noticed he resumed his work so I could approach him.
Refresh my memory. The second investigation was Anna, is that correct?
The second investigation was when we went to a apartment type complex and went downstairs to see what was missing.
Oh, okay, all right.
Oh.
The third one. Okay.
Hello, Mel. Good to see you. Did you need anything?
Yeah, has Reza been here recently?
Reza? He's visited quite often since he arrived, actually. Until a few days ago, that is.
Do you know what he was reading?
Not particularly. I thought you just wanted to learn about our world.
Was anything unusual about him while he was here?
Can't say that I did. Though he did ask me for a map once.
A map?
Yes, I showed him a few, but none of them seemed to be what he was looking for.
Talk to you about anything strange while he was here.
Besides maps, nothing else worth mentioning comes to mind. Only the usual pleasantries.
How are you doing?
I'm not sure, to be honest. There are a lot of things on my mind right now.
Like what?
I'm not at liberty to discuss them at the moment. I'm supposed to be working, you know.
Oh, hold on, I'm gonna check yes there. Because it's gone red. It's gone red on me. Is the stream looking alright?
Looks fine. The only thing that's having problems though is that I noticed that you're stuttering on the actual like tattle on the actual Discord stream. It just seems like it's stuttering pretty hard. But the actual Twitch stream seems fine.
Discord will stutter because it's lower priority.
And what? I wonder if my internet connection's struggling to do both. I know I've been having a little... My
Are you
computer's...
sending us just a 720p on Discord?
Yes. It's the only one I can get to, but... I've been noticing...
Yes, it dropped the frame rate, right?
Mm-hmm. My computer's been a bit weird when it comes to just my connection in general, like straight to my wireless router. I'm wondering if the connector is having problems. Well, as long as the stream's still going. I can't remember if mentioning Adine's gonna have a bad moment, so I'm just gonna make a save here. What did Adine want from you?
Wait, you were there that whole time?
Not the whole time, just long enough to know that something's up.
It's nothing that concerns you.
Come on, this concerns me. I know you, and I know Adine.
It's nothing of great importance. Are you aware of a certain prehistoric underground building we recently discovered?
I've heard of it.
She wanted a blueprint of it, which was one of the things we found inside the building during an investigation.
Why would you have it?
We're not just a library, you know, but a whole archive that stores all sorts of information and objects. Do you remember that box you dropped last time you came here?
Yeah.
It was filled with artifacts. We have them here for safekeeping. In any case, a blueprint is the kind of thing that would be placed in our care eventually.
So she thinks you have it?
Even if we did, it wouldn't be something we would just give out to anyone.
Of course, of course. That's all. Thanks for your help.
You're welcome.
The afternoon sun hung low in the sky. I decided it was time to report my findings to police. To the police. Jeez. A brief call to the department, and I was on my way to an appointment with Sebastian. Ugh.
It looks like you've seen this before. Skip to the character selection.
Yes.
As you wish. Anyway, you said you had some information for us. So, what did you find?
Beat the black.
The receipts you got are interesting. There might be something more to them, or they could just be a useless record of his eating habits. Well, you never know what you might find out about a person, their habits, or their plans this way. The map in the library. I don't know what to think about that. He could have needed a map to plan something, I suppose, but who knows what he really wanted to do with it. It's the kind of detail that, on its own, might not tell us much, but could be crucial later on. Well done, Mel. That gives us some solid points from which we can continue our investigation. In any case, thanks for your help. We really do appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Well, that should be all then. Since Bryce still hasn't come back, I assume the search is still going on, and I better get out there and help him. Guess it's going to be a long day. Can you find your way back to your apartment?
Of course.
Alright, I'll see you later.
Good luck. Finally, some free time. Whatever I'm going to do. Oh, let's meet with Best Boy Remy.
Thank you again for helping me the other day. Without you, I would have been trapped sorting books for a few more hours. Inviting you over for dinner was the least I could do.
It's no problem, really. It's no problem, really. Besides, I'm also here to learn more about your kind. Spending some time in the library is only appropriate.
Well, my gratitude to you regardless.
Oh, hold on, I'm gonna close Chrome for now. Get the things.
I'm getting Minecraft vibes from this song. I've never realized that until just now.
Anyways, is there anything in particular that you would like to eat?
How about steak?
Oh, you're in luck. I do have a few sticks that we can dine upon. This might take a while, so make yourself at home.
With those words, Remy walked into the partially walled-off kitchen. There was no door, so I saw him open the fridge and take out 2 steaks before he set them on the counter. Soon after, he was already preparing the various ingredients with his somewhat clumsy paws. He was silent for a moment, then lifted his snout and looked at me from over the partition. What is it?
Ah, I was just thinking about something.
I could help cook if you like.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Alright. I looked around the apartment as Remy cooked. I couldn't help but notice the most mesmerizing tidiness that permeated the place. Shelves were filled with books, scrolls, magazines, other various trinkets. Suddenly, the repetitious noise of vegetables being cut ceased as Remy returned from the adjoining room.
I'll be back in just a minute.
He went down the hall and vanished through the bathroom door. Oh, what should I do? Let's look at the pictures. I picked up one of the framed photos to examine it more closely. It was a red dragon. I guessed that it was female, of young adult or college age, though I wasn't sure, as it was still hard to tell without looking at the obvious signs, like flame sacks. Her crimson-scaled head was adorned with frills that ran down to the back of her neck. It wasn't familiar to me. Look at the pictures again. The second picture showed Remy in his typical attire. Tie, glasses, and all. And one more. The last of the 3 pictures was of another red dragon, who, as far as I could tell, was a fairly young member of its species. It reminded me of a younger version of Remy, although without his typical accessories. Wow, thank you, system.
You look at Remy's pictures, creep.
The bathroom door opened and revealed the white dragon. As he approached, I felt my stomach grumble quietly.
It even has the sound effect.
Oh god, that sounds like a violent. That sounds like a violent.
That sounds less hungry and more like my stomach when I really need to rush to the washroom myself.
Eject.
I barely heard the muffled sound, but when I saw Remy's ears perk, I realized he had more sensitive ears than I expected.
Hungry already, I take it.
No.
I suppose so.
Lift your shirt. Lift your shirt. Sorry.
Although your stomach already answered that question for you.
Love your shirt.
After entering the kitchen once more, I saw the dragon looked over the kitchen partition again. His mouth opened a little, as though he were going to speak, but his brow scrunched with hesitation. Before I could say anything, he shook his head and continued to cook. Soon, I heard the sizzling of frying meat as the delicious smell of steak wafted into the room. Fueled by its fragrant odor, I slowly lost myself to daydreams as I closed my eyes.
Of meat.
Beep. Is something wrong? You're salivating.
It's nothing. I was just thinking about something.
Well, the food is ready. Enjoy.
I looked down and saw that a plate was already in front of me, piled with steak and vegetables. Remy was already eating, so I took the knife he provided and cut off a small corner of my steak. Then I pierced it with a fork, its 3 prongs penetrating the flesh, unrelenting. Slowly I raised it to my mouth, and my tongue glided over the bare substance briefly as it entered my lips. I took the first bite, a delicate, crisp exterior with a much softer and juicy inside. It melted on my tongue like butter.
Jeez.
As this is broken.
This author must be very hungry or has something else on its mind when it's writing this dialogue.
Cringe, like 15 levels of cringe. I'm sitting there like I'm upside down in my chair right now. Just like
Have you listened to Gilbert Gottfried read 50 Shades of Grey?
No.
Absolutely do it. It's fantastic.
I mean, okay, I just have to point this out. Your character had meat and grilled meats with the dragons on the beach with Bryce. Okay? Didn't get this as descriptive as right now this one steak. Am I detecting like a sense of I don't know, maybe the author had a thing for Remy. I don't know.
Well, it's also, but keep in mind, remember, our character, A, is from a world where good food like this is hard to come by, and B, steak is supposed to be high quality food, so it's like...
I guess it's just food porn, right?
Yes.
Well, I mean, so
Honestly, it's removing to cafe to another world.
everything you do that would be an innuendo is towards Remy's bad ending.
Really?
Very much so.
Yep.
Oh, you can't be saucy, Remy.
Oh yeah,
No.
He can't be saucy at all because he's just like shut down.
He's very sensitive.
Mel never talks
He's a
this way
sensitive,
when she plays
he's a
Breath of the
sensitive
Wild.
being.
What was that, Jordan?
Mel never talks this way when she plays Breath of the Wild.
Because I'm busy trying to just rock around, enjoy the scenery, and keep getting harassed by slimes and bats.
So the game is practically setting up the fail because you just want to be a little innuendo, and that gets Roady's too much of a sensitive being.
Well, there's a big reason for that, and we'll learn later.
Alright.
It involves the dragoness in the third picture.
Oh boy.
Anyways, where was I? Oh yes, it melted on my tongue like butter as the taste spread to even the remotest corner of my mouth. It was almost perfect.
It just needed a little white dragon added to it.
Wow.
Oh god, so Remy's a side dish, isn't he?
So, what were you thinking about?
Nothing?
Huh?
Tra-la-la?
Remy's
Other-
words snapped me back
otherwise-
to reality.
You said you said you were thinking about something.
So, do you live here by yourself?
I do. Honestly, you're the first person to visit in a while.
He spoke softly, and his gaze wandered.
Oh,
Over
he
my
has a lazy
body.
eye.
Mentioned the pictures. Really? I saw those pictures on the coffee table. I thought you might have a family.
Oh no, that's in the past. I'm not even sure why those photos are still there. And I don't actually have any children. The picture of the young dragon was the product of a silly little program that combined photos. They take images of two people and create what the pair's offspring would supposedly look like. I've always wanted some children of my own, though.
I see.
How about you, Mel? Would you have children one day?
Yes. I'd like to have your kids. I mean, I think I would.
Just being able to teach them about the world and watch them grow up. Having a little family would be nice. I'd like that a lot.
Hold on a second, I gotta reply to a certain someone in my chat.
But she wants all the eggies.
In a basket.
I think she was asking for it.
Just being able.
Oh, I thought you already
I
said
thought
that
I read
part.
that too, but I wasn't sure. I was
Yeah.
getting distracted.
Yeah, you read that part.
Okay.
Why did you use a stove to cook? Why did you use a stove to cook? I mean, can't you just use your fire?
Well, for one, not all of us have that ability. Besides, we still appreciate the convenience that comes with the appliances like this one, and not everyone wants to eat food cooked with someone else's breath. Breathing fire indoors is also a little unsafe.
I see. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Anyways, but yeah, nothing in particular.
It looks like you've seen this before. Skip to the end of the scene.
Yeah, there's nothing new for the rest of this, so...
As you wish.
So we ended things on a good note. Don't worry about it. Oh, right, because this is when he went to get dessert and then he tripped and spilled the cake. Like, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I still think it was a nice evening.
Maybe I should stop being such a sourpuss then.
Yeah, quit eating lemons.
I can help you clean up.
Thank you, Mel.
Cleaned up together, and by the end, seemed to be in higher spirits. Afterwards, we said our goodbyes, and I left, not sure what to think. The next day, I go to his place. He has another photo, and this time it's like a murder of what our kid would look like.
Oh God.
Yes.
Half
The
dragon,
baby's
half
just like,
human. Horrified look of a half dragon.
What is that noise?
That's me.
Well, let's meet up with Edine. Finally have that second meeting.
Just the sound of your beautiful child.
Kill it! Kill him with fire!
Shush, after I had start that bad, jeez.
Oh my god! It's a blasphemy! Kill it!
You people are terrible. Anyways, let's meet with Edine.
Banana Dean.
Stop it!
Oh my god!
This should be the right address.
I'm coming.
Well, that's a neat place to live.
Oh, it's you. I was thinking someone else. You're a little bit early.
Yeah, I didn't know how long it would take me to get here. Better early than late, right?
Aww.
The baby.
Oh, and who might that little one be?
This is Emily. She's one of the kids I work with.
Hello,
Aw,
Emily.
cutie.
Say hi, Emily.
Oh, who wants to be the little girl dragon?
I guess I got the best possibility here, being the next highest voice.
I mean, that's
have it.
good.
Give me a second. Let's see if I can fold my throat that way.
Oh God. Hello. Oh gosh.
That works. That works.
It works. I just have to bring her back to the orphanage real quick. Feel free to make yourself at home. In the meantime, you hear?
Sure.
I'll come back while you heal.
Emily doesn't get many lines, so you don't have to worry about that.
Aw, I was gonna say, all that effort and I'd get one word.
Well, you want your voice to like break?
It's gone through worse torments.
So, this is where you live, Edine. Well, but cozy.
I'm back.
Well, that was quick.
Well, being in the fly does have its perks, you know.
What, did you deliver the baby at like Mach 2 or something?
Oh God, she's like Rainbow Dash. Sonic Boom. Tuck and roll, Emily. Tuck and roll.
just picture her dropping off the baby and then coming back, and the baby's just a skeleton.
No, see, she had a parachute. She just like does it flyby. The baby just here you go. She just drops his little parachute moments.
Airdropped kids.
10 million strong and growing.
Adine's This World Store confirmed. Wait, you flew her back?
Well, I am a delivery flyer.
It's confirmed.
He doesn't get scared or anything?
No, she's such a brave little girl.
She doesn't afraid of anything.
So, what exactly is that you do at the orphanage?
Well, I'm a volunteer, helping out wherever they need, and sometimes I take care of the kids. They only have so many social workers. The ratio is about 1 social worker for every 10 kids. So it's good for the kids to get some special one-on-one time with, someone they know.
Careful how you use the word special there. That can have some terrible implications.
Well, you're the one who's thinking the whole what? Like you ever have like a big sister or a big brother?
I am the oldest.
No, they're talking about.
I
big
know.
sister's big
I
brother.
know. I know.
I guess you would call it babysitting, but for the kids who basically become foster parents. The older they get, the less likely they are to be adopted. So she might be too old to be considered soon.
I'd adopt her if I could.
I would say, what a shame.
I'm afraid it's not that easy. The actual numbers of adoptions aren't very promising either. I'm worried about what'll happen to her if she doesn't find a family. We'll still take care of her, of course, but it's not quite the same as having parents. Now, I'll adopt myself, but either could care for her properly, not as a single parent with my packed work schedule. I still volunteer as often as I can, because if I don't, well, who will? And someone needs to be there for the kids.
Well, that's very nice of you.
Thanks, but for me, it's not all about being nice. I must feel obligated to help, you know? Anyways, let's talk about something less depressing.
Well, like what?
Let me think. Oh, I just remember. Someone died here recently.
Here? In your apartment?
Oh, no, not here, silly. It was barely from a block from here.
Oh, right. The murder at the maintenance guy. I remember that.
Wait, it was a murder? I didn't know that. I thought it was an accident or something. That's terrible.
Well, it's terrible if it was an accident too. In fact, why are you said we're moving away from depressing topics.
I know, I was gonna say that, but I couldn't. I'm like, yeah, this is a lot better topic. Not.
Sorry for mentioning it.
Finding the first thing already is bad enough for me. And now I have to hear there was another murder in town? Oh, I wish I can get some good news for once.
Another murder?
Remember, it was a murder spree. The first chapter had the murder. Second chapter has a murder. Third chapter has a murder. And I think it was just the fourth chapter that doesn't have a murder unless you fuck up. Oh, trying to remember. I know it's not. It's not the middle one. The middle one's bad.
Don't focus. Yeah, don't focus on the bad.
Don't just focus on the bad thing. Don't just focus on the bad things. It's no use lamenting something you can't change.
Unless you can go through time like someone we know.
Wouldn't it be weird to have a portal that sent you back in time? God.
Sorry, Mel. I guess I should be more positive. It's not always easy, you know?
Oh, I know. Well, maybe you'll get some good news soon.
Oh, I hope so. That reminds me. I got something I wanted to try on. Wanted to try on you.
Try on me?
Something too dramatic. I read this magazine the other day and found a few interesting articles.
Adam and Eve had a sale.
You mean Bad Dragon?
No. She found a spell book and she wants to try the spell on me.
Well, you know how I'm a flyer, right? So there's this magazine we have called the Sky Mall.
So Mel, you ever heard of the Mile High Club?
This stream is
Ever
rated
had epoxy
18 for adults, right?
Ever had hypoxia from going from dizzyingly high heights? Let's go.
I have concerns.
Anyways, using her partial hands, she held up a magazine to show me its cover. A rather bold-looking female was presented on the front, adorned with trinkets like rings and jewels. Various headlines gave me an idea of the content within. It reminded me a lot of the typical gossip magazines back at home. Lifestyle, the magazine for modern people?
Question mark? This issue even came with a set of fortune cards. Oh god, tarot cards.
Not sure what to expect.
I'm not sure what to expect.
Isn't that the whole fun of it?
It says here you're gonna die.
What should we look at first?
You decide.
All right. Let's see. Here, this article talks about dreams and what they mean. Have you had any strange or recurring dreams lately?
Yes.
Yes, I've had this dream where I had this dream recently where this handsome brown dragon took me to bed once and
Had a big wine bottle.
You there too.
Fire.
Fire?
That's the fire one. Yeah.
You're dreaming of fire.
Fire?
Island made out of fire? How many?
Now that's interesting. Apparently, it's a rather common symbol, can mean a variety of things. Another thing to consider is the significance of the symbol to the dreamer. So, what does fire mean to you? Fire can be destructive, but also wild and passionate. It can represent an issue of a problem you no longer ignore, similar to an actual fire breaking out. Well, it also mentions prophetic dreams. But let's hope you also fall into that category.
I doubt they do.
Phew.
Prophetic means I'm dreaming of the future, but I keep dreaming of things I've sworn I've done before. Oh.
I once had a dream that I peed on a garbage fire. It went out.
Oh. What about your dreams there?
Well, it kind of feels like they're different every night. Most of them are nonsense, but sometimes I dream of people I used to know.
Goatee.
What do you make of all this?
I don't know.
Even the article concludes that scientists haven't figured out exactly why we dream. It's a big mystery. Alright, let's move on.
Oh, I thought you meant moving on from the magazine.
Don't you be such a sourpuss. There's some interesting stuff in here.
Not so bad.
Well, that dream stuff wasn't so bad.
See, I told you that this was going to be fun.
Alright. What's next?
Ooh, look here, a personality test. Didn't you always want to know what kind of relationship wouldn't suit you?
No relationship suits me. It involves a noodly dragon with a fluffy mane and red scales.
Sure, why not?
Sure, why not?
Okay, let's find out. Okay, first question. In a relationship, what role do you take?
Bottom.
Are you a top or a bottom?
Joke's on you. I'm a power.
I like to switch it up every once in a while.
It's take the reins.
Oh, did you get it wrong?
It
Do
should
you have to
be
go back?
It should be fun.
Okay. My question to you is this: is this like doesn't matter what your answer is, is it gonna be like a bad end or something?
So there are certain personality types that a dean is looking for, and based on your answers can influence the good versus the bad ending.
Oh.
She's looking for somebody who can literally be the alpha. She wants
a dom.
Well, she wants to be that kind of a person, that she wants to be like in charge, and she doesn't want to be beholden to anybody. But at the same time, she's also looking for somebody who can, can guide.
That's good to know.
Also-
So we don't have to repeat this again.
Game Howlers, thank you so much for the follow.
I'm also looking at the guide to make sure that we're not going too off of the rails.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Ouch.
All right.
Excuse me. For a moment.
Ooh. Ooh. Variety is the spice of life, right? Moving on to the next question.
Wait, aren't you going to answer the questions too?
I'll take the test after you. I want to keep track of both our scores at once.
Alright.
Question number 2. What's your favorite dessert?
Pie!
It's lemon ice cream.
Ice cream is not the... I'm not sure about I have it as ice cream, but...
Aren't you lemon flavored yourself, Mel?
I am not lemon flavored. I'm not flavored anything.
She's angel food cake.
I can't disagree with that.
Oh, that's unusual. That sounds really interesting. I'd love to try some.
That's because Adine looks like lemon ice cream with sprinkles.
Okay, next question. What's your dream job?
Not working. I mean...
Stay-at-home parent, I bet,
This one's
right?
all
Or
yours.
Egg sitter.
This one's all you.
all me?
All you. All you, boo-boo.
I guess if you stay at home parent. Well, I'm not a business person type.
I'm with you with that one. But does that really qualify as a job?
Are you questioning the almighty magazine?
Forget I said anything.
What'd you say?
Alright, how many more questions are there?
Well, that's all of them.
352. It's look, it's new BuzzFeed's new article. Hooray!
100 ways to tell them that you're compatible.
I thought that it was a little bit shy there. I thought those questions went up to 420.
Oh.
Blaze it.
Okay, let's look at the results. Oh, it says here the results are outlined in the weight loss booklet that came with the magazine. But I already threw that away.
Oh no.
You clearly need it.
What a shame. What a shame.
Yeah, I really wanted to know. Oh, but now we get to do the best part. The fortune cards.
Don't mock the cookie.
Yeah.
Looking for.
Well, that's what I was looking forward to.
Me too.
Alright, how is that supposed to work anyway? I mean, they're just cards. How can they predict the future?
Apparently, there are different schools of thought regarding the use of fortune-telling cards. The cards themselves don't know anything. They're just a tool.
Why can't we just do this sober?
So the information actually comes from somewhere else. Ooh. Ooh.
So... It comes from Muzzlebook?
Muzzle book?
But where, though?
Well, one interpretation is it's our subconscious who gives us the answers that we seek. Similar to how dreams can be interpreted, the interpretation of cards is very dependent to the person itself and the symbols they recognize in the card's images. We recognize images as relevant to our lives, and that gives us an idea about ourselves and our current problems. However, it's the most grounded interpretation out there. Some people usually associate something more paranormal with fortune-telling cards. One of those explanations is the cards are already communicate with a higher being, a paranormal entity that knows more than we do and give us subtle nudges using the cards.
So Snoop Dogg.
Snoop Dogg.
I was thinking ceiling cat.
Raptor Jesus.
The one that came to mind for me was the Fawns.
The Fawns. Hey.
It's me, the Fawns.
Hey.
Hey.
God, I only know that because my folks used to make me watch it.
I think, like, who plays the Fawns again?
Happy Days.
Yeah.
I know some Happy Days. What's his name?
Fonz.
Oh, Henry Winkler.
Oh God.
Is he still alive?
I think he's
I'm
gone.
confused.
And who would that be?
The Fawns. The expressions range from ghosts to angelic beings, or even involved humans.
Be not afraid.
Really?
Yeah, people would say you could communicate with humans this way.
Stop the hummins.
Humans?
So is that?
Stop the hummus.
I wonder if that's why Bad Dragon was created. I mean,
Hummus is chickpeas.
And then there's also something called higher self?
higher self?
Yeah.
How come-
Self-employment.
How come you know so much about this?
I read trashy magazines?
Yeah, I'm going.
Because I read the article.
Oh.
I
Okay.
prefer to listen to my lower self.
Oh my.
It's your second brain.
Okay. What should I draw for you?
Why don't I get to be the one who's reading the fortune?
Because I pay for the magazine, so the cards are mine. Yeah.
Wow, what a power move.
Okay, okay. So, what are my options?
I go your past, present, or future. So what's it going to be?
I believe we do these on. Typically, we do with Fit it's past, then present, then future, anyways. So let's look at the past.
The cards will tell the past, the present, and the future as well.
Oh, good! I pulled a trap card.
I drew Pot of Greed. It allows me to draw 2 cards this turn.
I had a work colleague who kept a pot of greed in his wallet, and he would pull it out in every game.
That's about what he was playing. We're playing Uno.
Would he explain it every time you drew it too?
Yes, he would.
Okay, reading the past sounds a little strange, but since you already know it, it might help you see things in a new light, or give you a new perspective. Let me see what this card means.
This one is the 7 of Cups. It says you've been with a lot of different people.
Your past is full of fire, strife, and conflict. Yet, like steel, you adopted it and were tempered by it. What didn't kill you,
Molded by it.
not only made stronger. I was able to see some pictures.
Is it Katy Perry?
I was starting to, for a second, my mind started thinking of the bait. I was molded by it. I can't do it.
The darkness is your friend. I was born in the darkness, molded by it.
As a result, you quickly became a mature and decisive individual. You know what you want, and you have a potential to get it.
Mature and decisive. Yes, that totally describes me.
You only use a shadow. I am the shadow.
What do you think about that, huh?
That was actually pretty
true.
true.
Is that so?
It is definitely true to our protagonist, so...
Then it's up to you to keep learning from your past and move forward with that knowledge.
Haha, foreshadowing.
I guess that's everything the magazine has to offer. Well, that was quick.
Oh, I thought I was gonna do the present and then future. Huh.
I think you had to pick one.
Now you can finally put it in the trash.
Oh,
God, sometimes you want to pick the snarky answer just because you're like, gee whiz.
anyways,
What's next? The magic 8-ball?
this certainly was interesting.
Well, I guess you mean have fun there, huh?
Sure, let's call it that.
So, do you have anything interesting going on at the moment? Can't imagine what ambassador life is like.
You get to bang dragons.
I know.
It's been busy. I thought this whole thing would go by quickly and without any mishaps, but now it seems like there's always something happening. I seem
Like
to.
murders?
I mean, I'm being forced to work as a part-time investigator now, so it's like.
Yeah, I'm not even paying you. Oh, really?
Well, I mean, I'm not being paid to be ambassador either, so. Yeah, I figured I'd come here to do the exchange and leave again, but apparently it's not that easy.
It never is.
You speak like you've had experience as an ambassador.
Well, no. But doing deliveries is similar. People order something, I fly to them, they exchange the product for payments, and I go back. It's basically the same thing.
Yeah, sure.
Wow, she's literally thinking that you're like quid pro quo.
You're on delivery boy. Okay, guys, I have to run to the restroom. Maybe because I'm gonna take over for a second.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta go. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Who wants a deal?
So,
Yeah, anyone else there, feel free, but I do remember lending my voice one time.
if you want, go for it.
I don't think I could do her at all.
I could try.
Okay, well, let's see. But things always go wrong. For example, I imagine you have 2 deliveries to make, and the first one goes smoothly, okay?
I'm imagining it very hard right now.
Go.
Well, alright, so you get the destination of the second delivery, and they actually check what you've handled, what you're handling them. But, well, it turns out that you mixed up the orders, but you already delivered the first one.
That's certainly not a pleasant situation to be in.
Now you have to go back to the first family you delivered to, who by now have probably noticed that you got the wrong delivery, and exchange what you gave them for what they actually ordered.
Right.
But it turns out that they didn't mind the mix-up. As a matter of fact, they have already started eating what they got instead.
We are under attack. Protect the queen.
Raid! Dear Mara!
Hey,
Mara,
hey,
thank you for the raid! It's a Mara raid.
Yee.
Hey, Mara.
How's it going?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, sorry to interrupt you.
Yep. Well, yeah, well, you see, it's not so bad that they aren't angry, but now you can't exchange the orders anymore. So you have to fly back to the restaurant and get the second order remade.
Happens all the time.
Mm. Well, as a result, the people waiting for the second order do get angry, and because their order was made, has to be remade and delivered all over again.
And
My
the
queen,
plot
Your
thickens.
followers come to bask in your glory.
Just
Oh.
like the soup.
Also, Alpha Sea Bear, thank you so much for the follow.
Oh, hey there, Alpha Sea Bear. Nice that you can join us.
I'm assuming
Plot
sea.
thickens. Did we add too much flour?
I'm thinking cornstarch.
I'm assuming the C stands for care. And thank you, Zorark, for redeeming your aura. And Corgi was not around for me to say it.
You missed out on this one.
Well, you see, they complain and, of course, get their meal comped. And the restaurant can no longer sell the first order you still have, so the orders for both families are deducted from your paycheck, and you end up eating nothing but ramen for a week again. So, just so you can make rent this month.
Getting really specific. Also neat. I have a
Sounds
Care
like you
Bear.
have personal experience.
I have a Care Bear and also have an Alpha Wolf. Oh, okay. I see what you did there with your name there. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
That's why you always double check your orders, because even a small mistake like that can have consequences reaching further than you think.
Sometimes we just have to learn the hard way.
Yeah, I guess so.
Like, for example, choosing a choice that leads to someone getting blown up, but then trying to rewind space-time and finding out that that certain system won't let you.
Yeah, exactly like that. And hi there, Alpha.
Coconut's in the washroom, but I will let them know you said hello. And yes, we are streaming together.
Coconut is in the washer?
Washroom.
Mushroom.
Okay, there we go.
I
That
said-
makes more sense.
I said
You
washroom.
said washer, I was very confused.
I said
Yes.
washroom.
Yes, the little corgi is throwing herself in the washing machine currently.
Plush toy.
Wait until she gets into the spin cycle.
Anyway, what else I've been up to recently?
Well, do you remember the stunt flying competition I told you about?
Of course. I assume your participation is given by now. Oh, sorry, is a given by now.
Well, actually, I'm not sure about that. I mailed the application earlier today, so hopefully it will arrive before the deadline.
What about the alive line?
Or maybe I should just fly it over myself, while showing off a few moves. That is.
You should totally fly over anyway. Make sure you get in. It would be a shame if you couldn't enter just because of a technicality.
Well, you know what? Yeah, I really should drop by.
Just don't drop, though. Just don't drop.
By the way, could you do me a little favor?
Depends on the favor, I suppose.
Well, it's kind of a long story, but there's something I need. You know some people at the police station, right?
Yes?
Well, I think they're in possession of a map related to an underground building they found.
I've heard about that.
Oh, well, great. Maybe you can get a hold of, get them to hand it over. It doesn't even have to be the real thing. A copy would be just fine.
What do you even need it for?
Well, let's say I'm interested in doing a little investigation of the place myself.
What's so special about it?
It's supposed to be a remnant of an earlier civilization, or maybe even something created by humans. Who wouldn't be interested in that?
Well, I'm glad we can entertain you there, Ma.
Wait, an actual Freeman in front of you is not enough?
Actual human.
It was this one?
Yes.
Well, if I had you all to myself, that might be enough. But since your stay is only temporary, I'll need some other human-related things to keep me busy.
Like Bad Dragon.
Oh my.
Yes. Yes, she is.
How do I even ask for something like that?
Well, you could always say that humanity's interested in it, I guess.
Honestly, they probably would be.
Could you ask them for me? Please?
Oh, look at those sad dog puppy eyes.
I can try. I won't promise anything, but I can certainly try.
Please, Kirby.
Well, thank you. Thank you. That means a lot to me.
I didn't know you were into archaeology.
Well, I wouldn't care as much if it turned out to be just some old building. But, you know, the whole thing about it and being made by humans is what's really interesting.
Why is that?
Well, the myths wouldn't be very mythical anymore if it were the case, now would it? We'd have actual proof.
You know,
Okay.
welcome back.
Thanks, I just had to go.
It's okay. And you know, myths become much less interesting once they stop being mythical.
I disagree. If dragons started walking around town every day, thus no longer being mythical, I would still be very happy.
You know, if you get milk from a mythical cow, would that make it legendary?
Oh. Moving right along.
Much the booze. And not the good kind.
And that shows shortly after finding out that humans are, in fact, real.
Oh no, Corgi went away
Oh.
again.
Okay, I thought, okay. Yes! What a time to be alive!
Well, your voice has changed in that kind of quick there, huh?
I had a cold.
That was a really fast fold.
Well, at least you didn't have a crunk in your throat.
No! Maybe I had an Yzma instead.
Oh god, it wasn't that bad.
I'm sorry. Please forgive me, Don. I just had to go with it.
Asthma,
Are you,
eczema, it's the same thing.
Are you looking at my nuts?
Oh no, stop. Man, moving on. We're moving up.
Hi there, Alpha Sea Bear. Yeah, I had to run, but Don, thank you for being my understudy.
There. Ah, my pleasure.
So, you believe in all that stuff?
Believe? Isn't the right word when you're standing right in front of me, you know? That alone is a miracle. I get excited all over again just thinking about it.
Also, I said wash room, Alpha C. Wash room. Speaking of which, all this excitement made me lose track of the time.
Is it that late already? Oh, actually, I have places to be, especially if I want to make sure my contest application arrives on time.
Guess I should be going then too, huh?
Unless you want to sit in my empty apartment. You can always pay me a visit during practice sometime, if you like.
I do like it.
You mean your first... you mean your stunt flying...
Stunt flying, yes. You're a
You-
talented...
You mean your stunt flying practice?
Yeah! Anyway, I really have to go, so I'll call you later. Okay?
Call me sometime,
Sure.
maybe.
And here's my number.
So call me maybe?
Call me maybe.
Call me maybe. When she's doing her stunt flying, she's actually letting go as well too. It's like I call this like
Grief.
golden
That's a new
shower
one.
bomb.
We finally got a Remy card.
Oh, good grief!
Oh, it's raining too.
Good grief.
Oh god, isn't that like Charlie Brown?
The morning sun declared the arrival of a new day, awoke me from my vivid dreams. Memories of my home, closed with the towering perimeter wall, raced through my head. There's also a bit about a wine bottle, but I can't quite remember that part.
Big red wine bottle.
The peaceful landscape outside the apartment window stood in defiance of these old thoughts. Rolling hills and blue sky were familiar to me now, and the purity of the sight gave me hope.
Mel, please come with me.
Oh, she did.
What's going on? You sound serious.
Shit.
Ouch, that's not a
The
big.
chief will explain everything once we arrive.
Okay.
Hey, Chief, Mel is here.
Thanks, Sebastian. You can deal with the situation here while I talk to Mel, alright?
Of course.
Mel, I've got some really bad news.
Well, what is it?
Mom's dead.
You know Anna, right?
I've met her, yes.
How about her assistant?
I met him once or twice.
Well, that's him. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine. Let's just get this over with.
Remember,
Grace nodded.
folks, it's a good thing that the other dragon dies for some reason.
And here's more bad news. The blood we found on the first victim in town matches the DNA evidence found on the second victim at the power facility.
Well, it's we had the choice of either the tracks on one rail or the tracks on the other rail. There was no third rail.
Well, it's better than getting derailed.
The third rail's kind of hot anyway.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a charge out of it.
Oh,
Exactly. Things just can't fry on that one.
Yes, derailed, like the stream often gets.
Like just now.
Sorry, I had to blow my nose out. Furthermore, the murder weapon and method appear to be the same all across 3 victims. And that's going to be a bit of a problem for you.
Why is that?
Well, because of these 3 murders put together, Reza now qualifies as a serial killer. We won't be able to keep this whole thing quiet for much longer.
We can't have Frosted Flakes.
Higher authorities, including the ministry in charge of the whole visit with you, will know about this soon. I will have no idea what will happen once they find out.
I'm not sure what to say to that.
Well, I don't want to worry you, but we can be sure that action will be taken soon. I have been considering this possibility for a while now, and I think it might be best if you went back to your world for now. This way, we can take action before the ministry does. And before all this becomes public, if we wait, we won't exactly know what they'll do or how the public will react. With everything that's been going on, it's far too dangerous for you to stay here.
What? No!
No?
This would be the worst possible time for me to leave. We've given up our PDAs and hardly have anything to show for it. We are owed several more generators, and let's not forget that Reza's still missing. If I leave now, the only thing I return to is is my life. I'll have lost everything else. We need those generators, Bryce. I have no idea if your authorities will continue to uphold our deal, or what they do to Reza. But I'm not leaving until this is all over.
Oh, if that's your decision, then so be it.
It looks like you've seen this before. Skip to the scene selection.
Yes, I want to skip ahead.
As you wish.
What should I do? Guess I should visit the store.
I think if you visit the store, you can talk to Vara.
Yeah,
and then if you visit the police archives, you can get the blueprints for Adine.
Yes. I'm going to try to do both.
So I think I would say save here.
I did do a quick save.
Okay, good.
Oh, it's her again.
Well, if you've mixed up the prescriptions again, then I can't help you. I can't refill this one. We're just about to close, so you'll have to bring the right one tomorrow. I am terribly sorry. Ah, hello, Mel. How can I help you this evening?
So you said earlier that you have to turn around and run right after her, right?
You'll get the option. It should get the option.
Oh, actually, I'm just about to close up here. So, if you could make it quick.
I'm here on behalf of the police. I was hoping that you could answer a few questions.
Oh, I will. I see. Well, I don't mind as long as you make it quick. I have to leave for my other job soon. Farah, what are you still doing here? I already told you, you have to come back tomorrow. Here, have a lolly on the house. Well, I guess she doesn't want it.
What's the deal with her?
I'm not sure what's up with her lately. This isn't the first time this has happened. One time the doctor forgets to issue a new prescription, another time she brings me expired one instead of the new one. She isn't exactly the brightest, but this is unusual, even for her. So, what did you want to know?
There it is. Aloe vera. Actually, excuse me. Sorry, but we'll have to do this another time.
Well, if you say so.
Have a lolly on the house.
Luckily, she hadn't gone too far, so I followed her from a distance. Minutes passed as we walked through the streets, weaving through an unfamiliar part of town. The young dragon looked small and lonely on the empty road. Before long, past the village border, yet she pressed on, stepped into the forest. I turned back once, gazed at the village on the far horizon, and in an instant, the dragon was gone. I rushed to the spot I'd seen her last, and found it the entrance to a cave on the hillside. When I peered inside, I saw Vera alongside a much larger orange dragon. The small dragon filled a bowl with a thick fluid and placed it in front of the other. When she placed her hands on the large dragon's chin, then she placed her hands on the large dragon's chin. Gently, she lifted its huge muzzle and guided it toward the bowl. But when she released it, the dragon's head fell into the liquid. The bowl tumbled sideways and spilled its contents across the cave floor.
That dragon does not look alive.
I realized then that that other than what Vera had done, the orange dragon hadn't moved at all since I arrived. Brennan.
Sebastian!
Oh, sorry. How did you even find out about this?
I could tell something was wrong, so I followed her.
I see. Well, good job, Mel.
What's going to happen to her now?
Well, she'll be sent to the orphanage. The background check determined that she had a father, but the two hadn't seen each other in years.
Can't you locate him?
We did. Raisa's second victim, the maintenance guy. That was him.
I see. How did it even get this far?
I don't know, but we'll certainly look into it. Some just fall through the cracks of the system. Being out here on their own probably didn't help.
Many of your people live outside of the town like this?
Well, some do it on principle, others because they have no other choice. Houses and apartments can be expensive, so it's not unusual for us to use natural environments as our homes. Alright, I think we're done here for now. Don't forget to stop by the department later.
I won't.
So both parents of that dragoness died, eh?
Mm-hmm. Mom was sick. Dad wasn't there to keep up support, so...
So, I would like to broach up something.
Mm-hmm.
If you remember, I think it was the last episode. Was it the last episode or the episode before? There was a scene where no, it was the last episode when we were dealing with Bryce directly.
Mm-hmm.
When Bryce was just spilling his guts out everywhere. Remember what he said about finding a mother who had died and her daughter died beside her, had given up on life?
Yep, that was the mother and the daughter.
That was them.
You saved the daughter this time.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. All of
The
Vera.
daughter was going to take her own life too if you didn't
No.
intervene.
No, she would just not eat or anything, just lay there and not do anything.
She would have lied there and just died, basically starved and dehydrated herself to death.
Aww.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. You followed Vera. Well done, Mel. Start time my next move. I returned to my apartment for a moment of rest. A small piece of paper had been slipped under my door while I was gone. It's the door go to the portal scene, was all it said. I considered the possibility of a hidden message, but that was unlikely. The statement was blunt and quickly scrawled. Someone clearly didn't want me to go to the portal, but why would I go there in the first place? As it was out of order right now, such an action would serve no purpose. I looked outside the window, at the portal's faint silhouette in the distance. The paper rustled between my fingers as I fidgeted with it, wondering about the message's sender and significance. My train of thought was violently interrupted by a sharp burst of gunfire, echoing from the portal. I had to think fast. The gunshots ensured Rez's involvement. He was up the portal. The question was, why? If this was his attempt to flee back to the human world, he would receive a rather unpleasant surprise the moment he would try to use the portal. Or, maybe Sebastian's theory was correct, and Reza held the part needed to repair the portal. In which case, his escape would be imminent. The gunshots themselves were another question. Was someone trying to stop him? The police patrol may have seen him, and he may have been taken by surprise. This could be another murder in progress. But all of his murders were committed with a sharp weapon before now, not a gun. He didn't want to be heard. Besides, it was only early evening, and the town was still bustling. If Ressa wanted to stay hidden, he was doing a rather poor job at it. Of course, there was also the possibility that he wanted to be heard. But who would he want to attract? The police?
Potential mate.
Maverick? Yes, the human maiden call, gunshots. Isn't that the US way of mating?
I was gonna say something to the effect of "That's how we do it here in America."
Yeah.
That's the Texan mating call.
gun.
Call it the Texan mating call.
It's a
Yep. And Arizona has a very similar one.
Yes, ours is very similar. A lot more crisp and precise.
Yeah, right. Those fight words there, Dragon.
But that's always up for debate.
Wanna shoot my gun? It's a pump action.
Oh. Anyways.
It's got a Prince Albert. That'd be a bolt action.
Oh. Anyways,
spicy.
Back to the game.
With that, I'm using the restroom. I'll be next.
Anyways, the police, Maverick, Waldo. It could easily be. I can't take this seriously anyway.
Where's Waldo?
It could easily be a trap for those hunting him, and that technically included me. Though I wasn't sure if he knew of my involvement in the investigation.
It's a trap!
It was also a very real possibility that he knew my apartment was close enough to the portal to hear a gunshot. Could it be a signal for me? Regardless, the ropes I held in my hands were unmistakable. Don't go to the portal. What should I do? Be a chicken and call the police. Ultimately, I trusted the mysterious message. Remy's list of phone numbers, given to me when he brought me to this apartment in the first place, proved to be a valuable tool. I dialed the emergency line, 119. I was greeted by a calm voice asking me about my emergency.
Hello, 911. What's your emergency?
The gravity of the situation was understood. and I was advised to stay inside until further notice. A team was dispatched to deal with the situation while I waited. From my window, I tried to catch a glimpse of what was going on at the portal, but I couldn't see much. The dark of night was fast approaching. About an hour later, I was informed the team had searched the perimeter, though no trace of Reza was found. I was given the go-ahead to continue with my investigation, but I was free to stay where I was if I felt unsafe. Well, we gotta visit the police archive, so let's head there. I was on my way to the police station when a voice called out to me. Oh no.
Wait, are we doing a repeat of the Katsuhara thing again?
It's repeating, yep.
Oh, alright. That's my cue. Hey, you. I'm talking to you, human.
I think it'll give us the option to skip, though, since we've already done this all the way through to the end. Can I help you?
I certainly hope so. I'm in a little conundrum here. My cart seems to be stuck.
I can see that.
I'm Katsuharu, by the way. Local ice cream vendor.
Well, you've probably heard of me by now.
Of course, of course. In any case, you think you can spare some time to help me out? It might take a while, though, so I hope you're not in a rush.
Actually, I am kind of busy right now.
Dang it. Ah, it can't be helped then.
Sorry.
Don't worry about it. There'll be someone else along soon, I'm sure.
When I arrived at the station, I was met by the police archivist, a dragoness who introduced herself as Kellanth.
You're in luck, Mel. Bryce compiled all the case files a while ago. Ever since you came to this world, well, he seems a lot more interested in these human mysteries. I wonder if it has something to do with you. Anyway, you can find all the files here. I'll leave the rest to you. Ta-ta! Yoink!
There we go. Study the blueprint of the underground building near the portal. The blueprint of the building caught my attention. Apparently, it had been found during their cursory investigation within the building itself. At first glance, nothing about it stood out to me, but the more I studied it, the more the facts revealed themselves. Both of its entrances were free and accessible by the people in charge. One was through a tunnel in the vicinity of the portal, and the other was through a dig that cut through the town sewer system. Bryce had scrawled a note near the second entry and simply said, "Access V hatch, button counterclockwise." Furthermore, the data in the corner of the blueprint listed the structure as an independent living and research unit, dated to the year 2047. Most interestingly, I recognized the name of the company that was listed. They were a well-established company, super company, before our world's collapse, known for their advances in scientific fields and otherwise through the use of legal loopholes and gray markets. They were successful at what they did. Their facilities subverted laws and ethical issues by being in areas where such concerns were non-existent, or could be made non-existent by paying off the right individuals. Naturally, the products and applications of their research was usually fair game to be used and sold worldwide. They were only one of the companies involved in championing the teleportation technology that was about to take off on a grand scale before the solar flare changed everything. Of course, there were public worries regarding the untested long-term consequences of utilizing black holes in such technology. It was outlawed in certain countries due to these concerns. But lobbies and the private sector drove many of them to accept the tech, in light of the boundless advantages offer. They were also a big medical security and weaponry fields. Their vast knowledge and close cooperation of their individual departments enabled them to make many breakthroughs. It seemed like they could do anything they set out to do. The nanomachines that became commonplace before the fall were, of course, their product. No one was surprised that the tech failed under the radiation of the ion storm. Had the company behind it been more concerned about safety rather than profits, perhaps fewer lives would have been lost. Even though they weren't perfect, nanomachines had still increased the quality of life for many people. It was a new way of treating medical conditions, some of which had been previously untreatable. They were also widely used for their performance-enhancing properties, for both day-to-day activities and to assist with dangerous jobs. Beyond that, the company had even branched into genetic engineering. Human hereditary diseases were becoming a thing of the past, as they developed techniques to alter human life to its core. Ultimately, they had a hand in influencing every area of life on a global scale. It was unknown who was truly calling the shots, as their network of companies and names was vast. They still never gave us tails. Where's my fucking tail, dang it?
They still have yet to reveal their true name.
And thank you, Little Discord, for the tip. It was only one of their many ways to ensure their continued existence and avoid liability. Where they had been outlawed or their operations shut down, new companies with suspiciously similar products appeared practically overnight. However, no matter how big their empire was, and how well they skirted the lines, they ultimately collapsed, just like the rest of the world. That being said, how did this building make its way into the dragon's world? As I pondered this, Andine's request came to mind. I used Bryce's machine to make a copy of the map for her. Bryce probably wouldn't approve of me giving evidence to civilians. I was sure he would never even realize it. You acquired a map. Oh, wait. System, you're lying.
Oh, I think he said he had to use the restroom.
Oh.
You
Right.
acquired a map, for now.
Anyways, we've done that. Read the structural damage report of underground building near the portal. According to the report...
Aw, I think you're gonna play a prank.
No, I'm not playing prank. According to the report, the investigation of the building was halted due to the acute danger of its collapse, and the damage that surrounding water could cause. Since the building had unknown historical and technological value, there was a plan in place to drain the water pockets. The legal permissions had not yet gone through, however, and it would take some time for the equipment to arrive. For now, the building was stable as long as it remained undisturbed, but for obvious reasons, no one was allowed to enter. There were patrols guarding it day and night. Huh, look at the time. Better wrap it up here. Phew, it's getting late. I better head back to the police station that I just left. Now. Do I have everything? Alright, let's see what Sebastian will say up to this. Walk all the way back.
Oh, it's not that funny.
There you are, Mel. You were just here.
It seems to me you've taken a liking to Bryce's chair.
Maybe I could get used to this. Don't tell Bryce, though.
My lips are sealed.
By the way, good job calling the police when you heard Reza. It's too bad he got away again, but maybe a witness will come forward and we'll find out what happened. Now, let's take a look at what you've got for me. What you've learned about the map is fascinating, if not a little unsettling. While it's good to have confirmed its origin, to know that it came from your world is something else. It raises more questions than it answers. How could something like a whole building end up in our world? That's a mystery that needs to be answered. You did great today, Mel. The police department is glad to have you on our side. You saved that little girl, and as far as I'm concerned, nothing else you could have done would have mattered as much. Good job, Mel.
Here, have a lolly.
Yes, have a lolly on the house.
Well, I do it. Well, I do what I can.
Who's a good Mel? Yes, you are.
Stop.
That's Human's head.
I know, and your help is really appreciated. Believe me, especially since we're so short on staff right now. Well, that will be all for today. I'll contact you if we need anything.
Of course.
See you next time.
See you.
System's back in place.
Finally, a free day. What should I do? Looks like there's some messages in the entry machine. Let's see.
Message 1.
Congratulations! You, Mel, have been invited to an exclusive event featuring the world-famous stunt pilot, Adine. Watch perform behind closed doors and be one of the first to see your newest routine, sure to win this year's stunt flying competition.
Insert your own joke here.
Afterwards, you'll be allowed backstage for a short meet and greet with the talent herself.
Also, insert your own joke here.
They said it was behind closed doors.
Yeah, it's just a closet pilot.
Don't accept any autographs, though.
But you might join the Mile High Club.
What an opportunity. Alright, so we can still meet with 2 people, so you know what? Let's meet Andine first this time then. Let's see, she was polite to leave a message. Here we are again at apartments.
Just a minute. Housekeeping. Oh my goodness.
Beep new message.
Wait,
Yeah, can I get a large pepperoni with extra cheese in? Oh wait, wrong number.
Yeah, you just got bitten.
Message end.
Thanks, Juan. Thanks, Juan.
Thanks, Juan and all.
he
New message.
Sent...
Yeah, can I get a large pepperoni with extra cheese? And oh wait, wrong number.
Yeah, they're from. They actually did the voice to text too, so I heard it in my end.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, they're a friend and they're from my 5e group as well, my D&D 5e group.
Oh yeah, the D&D group. Aw. Okay. Oh, I hope I didn't forget anything.
You said something about going to the beach?
Like she
Yeah.
closed doors. So...
I know. I read what the message says. Closed doors.
It's hard to fly inside, okay?
It's Microsoft Flight Simulator.
You know, I'm glad they decided not to send you away after all.
Me too.
Oh, guess what? Who got her entry confirmation for the Sunfly competition?
Beep new message. I'm trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. Call me back.
God dang it, Juan.
Also, this one here is it's me.
I like the snorkel one Remy did.
But yeah, I was going to be the pick that is it me.
Oh, don't be silly, Mel. I got it right here, black and white.
Red all over.
I was waiting for someone to do that fun. Ahem. We are happy to confirm your entry to the annual stunt flying competition. Please have your competitor number ready and show at the organization's booth at the Summer Festival by...
Organizator.
Ah, who cares about the rest? I'm in.
That word though, organizator.
Well, that's great.
Yeah, but the festival's pretty soon. I have to make most of the time until then to get my skills up to par.
But you already had years of experience.
Yeah. But I know I have to practice the best routine I could possibly come up with. Not to mention making sure I can execute it flawlessly when the time comes. Practicing in general is very different than practicing for an event like this one.
I see.
Are you ready to see some stunt flying?
Sure.
Alright, let's go then.
Let's shake the rust off of these wings.
I'll fly right into your bed.
Oh my.
So
is Mel part of the frequent flyer program?
Anyways, so this is where you usually practice?
Yeah, Mel has her own airline credit card. It's called SkyMel.
So are we gonna fly the friendly skies?
It's like read your mind.
Friendly skies.
The friendly skies with benefits.
I practice just about anywhere, but today is a nice day for a beach visit. Water and sand are some good surfaces to practice complicated maneuvers on, in case you can't make the landing. I think she's playing the crash.
Well, makes sense. Well, don't let me hold you up.
Yeah, these wings will only do that.
Oh, I can start practicing right now. I'm so giddy with excitement from getting that letter earlier. Besides, I wanted to hang out with you. Well, you're still here as well.
Oh, sounds good to me. Do you visit the beach often?
Not really, except for practice. That is, it does make a nice backdrop while I fly, though.
It's as if it was like a picture.
So Mel, what's that drink you like getting when we go to the bar together? You know what it's called, right? Sex on the beach?
Typically, I don't get drinks when I go to the bar. Anyways, I
Meanwhile, the soundtrack for this scene is "Let's talk about sex, baby. Let's talk about you and me."
I for the sleep well, Alpha C. Have a good night.
Sleep well, Alpha.
Yeah, take care, girl. You do good. Thanks for joining us.
Yes, thanks for joining.
I see.
Oh, that's my
Well,
line.
it's you. It's the yellow color.
Gold.
Rates this. Do you think all yellow is the same? My God.
Oh god, that just made me think of red versus blue. It's not pink, it's lightish red!
Yeah, they have a color for that. You know what it's called? It's called pink.
So it's not yellow, is it just a golden sun?
Yes, it is golden sun.
It's a darker yellow.
I know I've said it before, but I make a great Sarge impression, apparently.
Great sodium fluoride. There goes my chemistry set.
Anyways.
That's actually pretty good.
Yes.
I'll also remind you that orange and brown are the same color.
See, this is why I started earlier today.
I would call
It's a
it.
20-minute video about brown.
You know what? I don't think. Can we just rename it to the Puma?
Anyways, I see.
Do you ever go to the beach?
No, it's not something that was possible for me for the last couple of years. I mean, most of the. I guess you could count most of the planet being a beach right now, but that's not really. But it certainly used to be something other people would do.
I see. Sunny or south would be nice sometimes, but I'm not really a fan of going swimming.
There is so much more you can do at the beach, though.
Like what?
Oh, you already mentioned sunning. Do you ever get a tan?
What's a tan?
I guess that's a no then. And just
It's
totally.
usually, it's usually an abbreviation for a tangent. It's a parallel line going off the edge of the circle.
This stream is going on a tangent.
To be fair, you are completely covered in scales, so I imagined you wouldn't be affected. Tanning is a reaction of the skin when it's exposed to sunlight. If humans stay in the sun for a while, our skin can get darker. Though if we stay too long, it turns red and that hurts.
And blisters and cancer.
How strange.
And yep, it does explain. And if we are exposed for too long, we can even get one that's called a sunburn.
And what's that?
Well, the skin can take on a reddish tint and can also be painful and cause dizziness. Typically, the dizziness though is more of a sunstroke / heat stroke that's coming on. But...
Yes, the sunstroke, the stroking of the sun.
Nice, son. Good
Stroke your son.
Oh God.
Wait, that's illegal.
Wow, I was gonna say, wait, that's illegal.
Liz?
So you have to be careful not to stay in the sun too long, huh?
Pretty much. Though that isn't necessarily true for all of us. Depending on the skin tone, people can be more or less affected by the radiation.
I see. That sounds complicated. Does that mean we shouldn't stay here too long?
Is already bright red and just like
say,
sizzling.
I was gonna say 65 million years ago, the atmosphere wasn't quite developed as it is now, so
Yeah.
I'm also just referring to myself. It's like already bright red and sizzling. It's like
Yeah, they actually have a very thick ozone layer and a nice and supple level of oxygen versus carbon dioxide at this era.
The amount of
dinosaurs
oxygen
smart,
might
too.
actually make humans pass out
Or hallucinate.
and then die from oxygen poisoning.
oh, there goes my joke out the window. Anyways.
What's the right one to pick?
I guess
this
we
one here is going to be.
Don't worry about it.
I actually don't think there's one for this one here too, so it's pretty much
Whatever.
It's your game.
Don't worry about it. Huh?
I see. Just let me know if I need to do anything.
You can always rub some lotion on me.
And perhaps even lay on top of me for cover.
I mean, she got those big wings for shade.
Blicky wings, as Dad would say.
Ah, Blicky wings. Also, with her, she'd also have the best huggies.
Wait. I give good hugs too, you know.
She drapes her wings like a cape.
Yes, but is like 80% of your body hug?
I don't know. It's more 80% of her body's more snug.
Hug with more than wings, you know. Anyways, sure,
the
will
kids calling
do.
it these days.
My hugs do not
Hugging?
crush bodies, Denise. Anyways, you said you don't like swimming all that much. Why is that?
Is it obvious? You can imagine I prefer the air to the sea. Although we flyers have quite a relationship with the water.
What kind of relationship are we talking about?
Well, we use it to hunt.
I see. So you go fishing, but can't swim all that well.
Pretty much. We do enough to safely hunt and paddle to the surface, but that's about it. We actually want to go swimming, which we recommend we wear a life vest.
Eddie has to wear the floaties.
Oh, who poofed? Who dropped out?
Breaker did.
I think Breaker's having some problems. It's the second time it happened.
Yeah,
Aw.
they just pop in and out immediately. I've noticed that my screen kind of goes.
Is that bad?
Our wings pay for flying, not swimming. The limits and muscle structure are rather different. With some training, we can learn to swim better, but it still wouldn't really be effective.
Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you, sorry.
I see.
And besides, we just learned to swim if we already have the air to ourselves.
I concur. Flying is just your thing, I guess.
Pretty much. You made it sound like his beaches are a pretty important thing for humans.
I wouldn't say important. Rather, it's a unique way for people to spend time. It was often done as a leisure activity, or a way to spend holiday vacations.
That sounds pretty important to me. What else did you do at the beach?
Let me think.
Sometimes we get sand in the most awkward of places.
I got an idea and started looking for something in the sand on the ground. With a bit of digging, I found a flat, smooth stone and showed it to her.
I would hope that on the ground. That would be really awkward if it wasn't.
Do you have any idea what I'm about to do with this?
Not really.
Let me show you something.
Onk.
I went to the edge of the water, followed closely by Adine. Now, watch this. I extended my arm with my best technique I could muster before I threw the stone, but I left my arm in the worst way and bonked off Adine. I mean, before I threw the stone towards the water.
And everyone died.
Spinning in the air, the stone bounced on the water's surface a few times before it sunk into the sea.
What was that?
Stone skipping. Never heard of it?
No? How'd you do that?
I can show you. I looked around for another suitable stone. Soon found one near the edge of the water. Let's start with this stone. Ideally, you want one that has a big surface area, but is as flat as possible.
Got it.
This one is also really smooth, which helps too.
Okay, so you need a smooth, flat stones.
Now, the technique is also pretty important. I'm not sure how well this will translate to your anatomy, but I'll just show you how I do it, and then we can figure out what you can do.
Let me just pick up this big, huge boulder.
Okay.
Hold the stone like this, extend your arm, and curl it like this. Then, you have to throw it in such a way that it stays relatively stable in the air. It spins as fast as you can make it. I do it like this. I threw the stone, once again showing her how it subsequently bounced a few times over the water's surface before it sunk into the sea.
I'm not sure I can do that.
Well, we'll see. Maybe we can figure something out. Let's look for a stone first.
Okay.
We both started looking for another appropriately shaped stone. I saw Adine scratching around the sand with one of her feet. She crouched down and picked something up before she returned to me.
Here, how about this one?
That should work. See? You already got that part down.
Guess so.
Okay, now for the technique. She was holding the stone in the claws at the edge of her wing. I tried to guide her by pulling her wing back, like a wooden arm. But it became clear to me that it lacked a lot of maneuverability an arm would have. For the throw, You want to move your wing forward as fast as you can, and at the very end of the extension, let go of the stone.
Alright, I'll give it a try.
I could see her moving her wing awkwardly. She pushed it forward before releasing the stone, which sunk without bouncing a single time.
That didn't work.
Yeah, there wasn't really enough spin on it.
Okay, let me try again.
Alright. I waded a few steps into the water to retrieve the stone she'd thrown only moments ago. Also, everyone, people in the stream chat, please do let me know if the stream is coming up. Stream or any of our voices are coming out less clear. I am noticing my KP for S is dipping heavily right now.
Yeah, the video
I'm noticing
right now.
Yeah, I'm noticing that Twitch itself is buffering like a madman.
It is Saturday night.
And now it's just spiked, all of a sudden spiked right up, at least number-wise, though it's still right on my end.
Ooh.
Wow, it's...
Oh dear.
It's buffering like 5 minutes behind.
Yeah.
Wow.
It is
I just
playing, though.
noticed it. I just noticed that last scene, it is so far behind what we're saying.
Yeah, Firewing, everyone else, seem to be having stream buffering problems. It is on my end. My internet's being garbage tonight. It
I'll ask
seems.
again, Mel, did you reduce the frames per second for the Discord side as low as it goes?
15 FPS.
We
It's
only
a.
need 15 frames per second. It's not like we need to see like instant actions.
I'll drop it to 15. I added a 30.
I mean, the game's not that animated, to be quite honest.
Now I'm looking at the stats of the stream. I'm seeing latency to broadcaster on my end 42 seconds.
Oh yeah, it's again my internet's being garbage.
It seems like it's only 20 seconds behind for me now, which is fine. That's usually the typical thing, like Firewing's post just showed up.
Anyways.
Yeah, mine's at roughly 3 seconds behind.
Here you go.
I'll try something different this time.
Feel free. Instead of using her wing, she took the stone in her dexterous claws on one of her feet as she continued to stand on the other leg. Effortlessly, she pulled her leg back before rapidly moving it forward and releasing the stone. It flew a bit of an upward arc before it bounced off the water's surface once, and then subsequently sank into the ocean's waters. Nice.
Not bad, huh?
I had no idea you could do it with your leg.
Actually, our legs are what we mainly use to grab things. It only gets complicated if I'm supposed to be moving at the same time, like when I'm waiting in the cafe.
Oh, Firewing, hopefully the stream has become more stable now. It looks like it's actually staying green now on OBS. And it's not constantly like fluctuating up and down, numbers-wise. Interesting. I suppose for someone who's hunting while flying, that's pretty much a requirement.
It is actually. If I'm at home and eating chips or something, I usually use my feet as well.
Nice. I wish I could do that.
I wish I could do that with my feet.
Oh, really?
Yeah, some monkeys actually can. They basically have hands instead of feet.
So they have 4 hands?
Yep.
That seems like it'd be handy. But I think I like my wings better.
Haha, nice unintentional pun.
That was a neat trick, though. So what else can we do at the beach?
I don't know. Build sandcastles?
I've done like that in like 2 decades.
She's old. She's old maid.
I tried to imagine what Adine building a sandcastle would look like. Based on what I knew now, probably wouldn't be using her wings. Would you believe me if I told you we used to have contests for building sandcastles back at home?
Really?
Yeah, people would build huge, detailed sculptures that would be taller than both of us, just with sand.
Oh wow, that sounds hard though.
It's whatever you want.
Yeah, it is pretty hard.
To me, it seems a bit of a shame to build a big, elaborate sculpture out of something like sand that clearly won't last. I mean, you gotta spend so much time on it. Might as well create something that'll it'll stay.
Oh, you should see what people do with Legos.
Same thing. It's all you.
Well, that's actually the point of those contests.
Oh, really?
Yeah, people demonstrate their skill in creating these sculptures. And by using something like sand, they prove that it doesn't matter if the sculpture gets destroyed in the end, because they could just do it again if they like.
In the end, it doesn't even matter.
I see. That's pretty interesting.
Actually, it's not like your stunt flying competition.
How so?
Well, during your competition, nothing lasting is created from the performance itself. It's all about the experience and the memories. You have to prove that you're skilled enough to do those stunts right at the very moment, just for the competition.
That's a good point.
Way to downtrod on her experience there, dude. Dang.
Not really. That was actually uplifting.
I'd say that's uplifting. You're basically saying she's showing her incredible level of skills
And creating memories.
But nothing tangible.
Memories.
Anyways,
I'm in a mood for a snack.
Nom nom nom.
You're a snack, Mel. I should get something for you as well.
Careful, she said that she hunts near the water, and you're near the water.
Sure, yes please.
So shady for everybody. Alright. You can watch him if you like. Maybe you can learn a thing or two from it.
She likes to. She's into voyeurism.
You want to teach me how to fish?
Sure, since you taught me the... What's it called again?
Stone skipping. Stone skipping. Jeez, my voice.
Jeez, going through puberty again, I see.
Say, welcome back to puberty. It's gonna hit you hard.
Can I get the girl version this time?
Do you really? There's this lovely woman called Unflow. Right, since you taught me the stone skipping thing, I can show you how to fish.
Alright.
We can actually have 2 very different ways of doing it. There's hunting and angling. Personally, I prefer hunting though.
I can see why.
I get to be a bad dream.
Let me demonstrate.
Slaughter with my claws.
She took a few steps, then started running towards the edge of the sea. Rapidly flapping her wings, she jumped into the air at the last second, taking off and flying around the area. I could see her staring straight at the sea intently, circling a few times before descending toward the water's surface, claws extended. When she got close enough, her claws suddenly sunk to the water, only to reappear with a fish in her grasp. Afterwards, She returned and landed near me.
I like how she has her flight goggles
I
on.
was gonna say, where the heck did she put her goggles on?
Well, I mean, she's always wearing them. She just doesn't tip them down.
Did you see that?
Yeah, but I think my distinct lack of wings would probably prevent me from doing the same thing.
You don't have to do exactly the same thing in the end. I'm just grabbing them right out of the sea. You could do that.
I'm not so sure about that. I bet it's a lot easier with your claws. Fish can be pretty slippery.
I guess you have a point. Well, there's still the other method.
Angling.
Yep, angling. See my tail?
She showed me her tail. At its end, there was a fork in it. With its distinct shape, size, and color, it reminded me a lot of a banana. What about it?
Well, this is the bait.
She sat down near the edge of the water, letting her tail hang down into it.
And this can take a while sometimes. There's some techniques we can speed up the process. The right amount of movement attracts different kinds of fish. That way, we can even choose what we're going to eat.
And that works?
Knocking out a box of chocolates.
Yeah, not all the time, but often enough.
Interesting.
There are even groups that exchange tips and such for angling this way.
Suddenly, I saw her whip her tail upwards, which caused a fish to be launched towards the beach, where it landed on the ground with an audible thud.
There you go.
Oh, that didn't take too long.
They're very hit and miss. I just got lucky this time. Not even the kind of fish I really wanted.
I guess that's why you prefer hunting.
Yep. You also get a nibble scars on your tail where the fish bites you.
I see. Yeah, I know about nibble scars. Looks at Dav.
Oh my.
Tail nibbler.
But the tail, it goes wiggle wiggle. It means nibble.
Yeah.
Hey, Mel, I feel you. I've got a tiny finnick that nibbles on my tail all the time.
Doesn't your tail end in like really sharp blades?
Yes, it does. I keep telling her to be careful with it, but does she listen to me? No.
It's challenge mode.
I'm gonna say
Yes.
It's hard. It's hard. I thought it says angling is going to be hard without a forked tail like I have.
Actually, we have fishing routes for that where I come from.
What's that?
The principle is very similar. Basically, it's a long stick that we hold over water. A line connected to it has a bait and hook at the end of the pin to catch fish. When the fish bites the hook, we can reel in the line to get the fish to us.
So using a tool do a very similar thing.
Basically, yes. We like our tools, us humans. Sometimes, we also fish using nets.
Oh, some of us do that as well. Not my kid, but usually it's those either work for a fishing company or sell seafood at the market.
I imagine someone like you doesn't have to buy their fish on the market, though.
True, but sometimes it's easier just to get them there where I want to instead of coming all the way out here.
I see.
Speaking of which, let me get a few more for later.
Feel free. Once more, Antine took to the sky to hunt for fish. While it was interesting to watch her for a bit, I kept hunting for a while, and I started passing the time by collecting some seashells.
Whew. That should last me for a while. Oh, what are those? Seashells?
They're for you.
For me? What for?
Well, you could decorate your apartment with them or something.
I see. Maybe I should ask you to clarify this. But is there any particular significance for humans?
Not really. It's just a gift.
Oh, okay.
I thought you were coming out of me or something.
Well, thank you, Mel. Oh, that hunting gave me a good warm-up. Feel about ready to start with the practice now.
Go ahead. I'll watch from here.
Actually, now that we are part of an official competition, I need a fancy stage name.
Do you have something in mind?
Not really. Do you have any ideas?
The Flying Dutchman.
So we got
Angel would be the appropriate one.
Angel be the appropriate one?
Yes.
Angel.
Oh, what did I think of that? Ever since I knew about the contest, I've been thinking of this name. What a crazy coincidence. Oh, I get it. This is called Angel with Scaly Wings. Makes sense.
Oh, take care, Mara. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, have a good night, Mara.
You have a good night
Take
now.
care, Mara.
Bye.
Good night, Mara. Now you can get off my tail.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I go with that?
Not at all.
Angel it is then. Alright, are you ready to see some aerobatics?
I certainly hope so.
I'll start off with a few easy moves.
The stage is yours, Angel.
Thanks.
Effortlessly, took to the skies, circling around the area a few times before she started to do a few maneuvers. Yay, we get a picture of her flying. A roll, followed by a loop, after which she did another roll. It seemed to be less of a practice routine and more of a warm-up to me. Gradually, her maneuvers got more complicated, as the circles that got smaller and smaller, a brief nosedive, and multiple loops and rolls one after another. Then, she landed and returned to me.
What do you think?
That was great!
You haven't seen the best part yet.
And what would that be?
My very own Dean special, or rather Angel special. It's a routine I came with and I've been practicing for a while. It's pretty difficult, so I'll probably spend the rest of the time until the competition perfecting it as much as possible.
What does it look like?
It starts off with circles near the ground, and then as I descend, the circles get smaller and smaller, and once you reach the highest point, I go into this nosedive through the middle of the circle. I have to show you smoke trail while doing the circles, so everyone can actually see me going through the circles I just made.
That sounds pretty cool.
That's all of it. Well, nosediving, I'll do a few rolls, and just before I hit the ground, I'll pull up again. Lastly, I'll have a few loops, and go to the next maneuver. I'll end taking a neat shape in the sky with the smoke trails.
Sounds like you got it all figured out already.
Yeah! I'll have to perfect my execution of it.
Well, don't let me hold you up.
Alright, here we go.
My queen,
Let's
your
go.
followers come to bask in your glory.
If that isn't already banned, Nora, can you please ban that one?
What happened?
It's one of the bots.
I
Followed.
didn't even see it.
That was a follow.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna block just because.
Yep.
Hmm. I'm pretty sure it's one of the ones blocked, but I'm gonna double check anyways.
If they're banned, they can't follow, as far as I'm aware. It breaks their follows.
It doesn't break their follows. They can still follow. They just can't do anything with the chat.
Yeah, I heard a band mean they can still watch, but they can't interact. And then there's a what's the other one? I forgot band and shoot, what's the other word?
Blocked?
Blocked. There we go. Blocked. They can't even look at all. That's the other word.
Yeah, if they're just banned, they can still follow.
Yeah.
Just like the ones that followed me yesterday, they were part of the ones that you banned earlier before you went back again, but it was already after you banned them, and when I went to ban them, it said they were already banned. In fact, there was 2 at once too. Was the scary part? This is the scary part. With determination in her eyes, she took the skies once more. When she reached a certain height, she slowly descended again until she was close to the water's surface. Then, she started making her circles, slowly ascending as the circles got smaller and smaller. Once her circles became as small as possible, she suddenly turned herself around and went into a nosedive. Her speed quickly increased while she dove towards the water. Then, she did a roll, and another, followed by a third. Dangerously close to the water's surface, she suddenly pulled up. But as she did so, one of her feet went below the surface, where it apparently caught onto something, causing her to spin out of control. I saw her feebly attempt to regain control as she barely managed to steady herself enough to get back to the beach. She made a rough landing, rolling on the ground a few times after colliding with the sand.
Ouch.
Adine! Are you alright?
Well, ow, that wasn't supposed to happen.
It looked pretty impressive until the landing.
Ouch. My wig hurts.
Let me take a look. Can you move it?
A bit, but it really starts to hurt if I go further than this.
Well, at least it doesn't seem to be broken.
Well, yeah, I guess it's a sprain. It happens all the time.
Really?
Well, not all the time. But it happens.
What about the competition?
The injury is going to be put a serious damper on my practice schedule. But I'm not going to give up anytime soon.
Well, I guess practice is over for today, at the very least.
Yeah, let's head back.
Yeah, sorry about that fire wing. It started dipping again.
I should have some bandages in his cabin over there.
I'll get them for you. What now?
Would you do me the honors?
Of course. Where should I start?
Right this joint here. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, let me try to get this right. Here, that should do it. How does it feel?
Much better. Maybe with this I can start practicing again in a day or two.
Just be safe.
Of course.
Oh, I totally forgot. I still have a copy of that map for her. Should I give her the map? Yes.
Yes.
By the way, I have something for you.
Really? What could it be?
Ta-da!
Is that what I think it is?
If you think it's a map of the underground building, then yes.
Wow, I really didn't expect that. How'd you get it?
Let's just say I had a chance to inspect it alone, and there was no one between me and the copier to stop me.
That's amazing. You know people can get in big trouble for this, right?
Well, it's yours now. Do with it whatever you want. Just don't tell anyone that you got it from me, okay?
Or you're dead.
I guess I will.
I have to warn you, though.
About what?
You might have heard about the water pockets surrounding the building. Any kind of disturbance would be fatal for any prospective explorers. Ooh, fat tongue syndrome again.
I heard about that. Is it really as bad as they say?
Yes, it is. I'd be careful if I were you. Or at least wait until they have taken care of the water pockets. So there is no danger if you decide to pay it a visit.
Alright. It'll be a while until I get a chance to visit anyway. All my free time will be towards practicing for the competition.
I see.
Hey Mel, could you kiss my boo-boo?
Yes, I'll kiss the boo-boo.
Aw. Well, thanks for the help with the bandage, and sorry about cutting practice short today. Well, I guess you didn't get to see any proper aerobatics after all.
Hey, it's no big deal. Your health is more important.
Are you gonna come to the show?
If I can, sure.
Alright, well, I guess you could be busy.
I'll have to see if I can make it. I'd love to be at the show, though.
I'll contact you later for all the details, and we can figure it out from here.
Sounds good.
I'll see you next time, then.
See you.
Pretty Mel, I'm gonna go head out right now. Got work early in the morning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
in your DM in Discord, I posted the correct Remy choices if you need a guide for that one there for you.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll help you get that through there.
All right.
All right. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Thank you so much again.
Yep.
Take it easy, Shadow.
Take care, Skills.
Be safe. Thanks for joining us.
Yep.
I'll check that later. Anyways, have some free time today. Let's meet with Remy. We're at the park. Hey, Remy.
Hello, Bill.
Is there any particular reason why you wanted to meet me here?
I enjoy Tatsu Park is all. Have you been here before?
Once or twice. Or, hold on, let me double check. Right. Can't say I have.
I see. Well, what do you think of it?
I think it's pretty romantic.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, just look at those trees. It would make a nice spot for a date, really.
I agree with that.
You mentioned you wanted to talk to me about something.
Yes, well, about that. I just have a lot on my mind, and I felt like I needed to tell someone. I wouldn't burden you with... I wouldn't burden you if I had anyone else to talk to, but the simple fact is that I don't.
Hey, you can talk to me, Remy.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
It's not a problem. What's on your mind?
I don't even know where to begin. Do you ever feel like there's an emptiness inside you? That every day is the same joyless routine that you just wish you could escape, but you can't?
Yep, I know that feeling.
I feel you, brother. I feel you.
Let me double check. Well, I used to.
I see.
Is this about Emma again?
Well, it's not just about her, but working with her doesn't make things any easier. To think just a few years ago I was the happiest I could have been, and now I have nothing but my miserable life.
What happened?
It's a long story.
Well, we have a lot of time.
Oh, okay, well... A few years ago, I worked in the public sector. I mean, I still do, but my position was a different one. I didn't work under a minister back then. I was part of a committee tasked with providing independent and faculty-backed options on community topics. It was supposed to help not only the politicians, but also the general populace. Free from outside interference, we did our own fact-checking based on research and publicly reported our findings. Our individual members didn't always agree, but we made sure that the end results were based on verifiable facts. In this way, we offered a variety of comprehensive options on difficult topics. Comprehensive opinions on difficult topics. We found the truth and allowed people and politicians to make up their minds from there. Our work was key. It was a key influence in the community, and because of the conclusions of each individual member were often very different, it could never be said that we were biased.
Basically, he worked for a newspaper.
It was during one such assignment that I met a certain person named Amelia. My task was to determine the viability of several projects, each competing for a research grant from our council. Amelia was a member of one of the scientific teams vying for a grant.
It's at vying,
she was
actually.
an inventor.
Sorry.
What was it?
It's vying.
Vying.
Mhm.
Vying for a grant. She was an inventor, and her group was looking for ways to streamline hospital processes and tests by utilizing new technology. The first time I saw her was when our committee watched her group's pitch. One of the things we had to do was determine whether their claims and goals were realistic. In her case, they were. Ultimately, we didn't get the grant, but when she recognized me in a restaurant a while later, we started talking. She was very smart, and I admired her spirit. She just wanted to help people with her talents, and in this way, she reminded me a lot of myself. We kept seeing one another, and we grew close. Before long, we were dating. It just felt so right.
Sorry. Got my throat.
I thought our relationship was about to become very serious, but then she informed me that her research group had applied for another grant. Of course, that complicated things. My committee was once again tasked with judging the viability of the different projects, and while I intended to stay impartial on the matter, she would probably be seen as a means of influence due to our relationship. With these concerns in mind, we decided to not meet again until the grant winner was determined. We hadn't expected her group to get it, but in the end, they did. We didn't want to end our relationship over something like that, but if word got out that we were together during the decision-making period, it would have put both of our jobs in jeopardy. In the end, we decided to wait and made a commitment. 6 months after the grant was given to her team, we would return to one another and make our relationship public. That much time would have ensured that it wouldn't be an issue. We even made plans to move in together when that time came. But we never got that far. I only know the rest of what happened from various reports, but apparently Amelia got sick. Nothing serious, mind you. She continued working from home as best The project was already behind schedule, and she didn't want to endanger it. People were critical and very curious about what the project would amount to, and she didn't want to be responsible for its failure if she took some days off to recuperate. So, every day, she continued to work on the project until the dead of night. One late evening, she went out to pick up her medication, in addition to something to help her stay awake. But she was sick and overworked. The combination of the prescription side effects and the supplements caused her to collapse. No one was around to see her fall. When she was found the next day, she was covered by a blanket of fresh snow. It was too late. She froze to death during the cold winter night. If someone was with her, this would not have happened. But she died out there, all alone. All because we kept our relationship a secret. We had plans to move in together. We even talked about having our own small family. Some things are just not meant to be, it seems. If I had to identify the moment life started going downhill, losing Amelia would have been it. My heart was ripped open in that moment, and now only emptiness remains. It's like a wound that'll never close. Maybe you saw those pictures in my apartment. Even my home is a reminder of her. We were going to move into that apartment together. And this tie I'm wearing, I got it from her as well. When she gave it to me, she said it was red like her scales. As long as I wore it, she would be with me in a way. For so long, I've been holding on to her with all my might. I wish I could stop, because I know it's killing me. But I've been doing it for so long, I don't think I can. Yet, in some way, holding on to Amelia helped me. When I look back on all those happy memories we made, Amira's bullying hurts a little less. And only because those memories hurt so much more. And I'd love my job if it wasn't for Imra. It's a constant struggle, a battle to fight every day. Each of her words slices through me, creating new wounds on top of the others that never closed. Some days, I just don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to know how much longer I can. I'm not sure if there's anything I can do to fill the void.
I remember you said you always wanted children.
Yes.
Well, it's not exactly the same thing, but I heard that the orphanage is always looking for more volunteers. You can help take care of those children.
Is that so?
Yeah. The orphanage is notoriously understaffed. The children don't really have anyone else, so each volunteer is a godsend.
Losing both parents at such a young age must be horrible. I can't even imagine what that must be like.
You should talk to Adine about volunteering. She knows a lot more about it than I do.
Adine? I don't want to talk to her.
Why not?
She used to be my friend. Well, she was more of Amelia's friend than mine.
Why can't you talk to her?
I don't know. I don't want to face her. Whenever I see her, it's another reminder of what I lost. Besides, I don't think she wants to talk to me either.
Well, I think if you want to volunteer, she'd gladly accept the help. Besides, I saw that she tried to talk to you the other day.
You saw that? I guess she did try to talk to me. It was only because she wanted something.
I don't think that was the only reason. Maybe she wanted to reconnect with you. If she wanted to avoid you, she could have asked someone else at the library for help. But instead, she chose you.
I'm not sure about that.
Maybe she actually feels the same way you do. And the map helped her muster up the courage to face you again. If you want to change something, Remy, you have to take action. What's the worst that can happen if you talk to her?
I suppose you have a point. I'll think about it. Thank you, Mel. Getting all that off my chest helped a lot.
And I go in for a big hug. No problem, Remy. Anything else on your mind?
Well, there's the whole thing about Anna.
Yeah, you mentioned that last time. Are you still worried about her?
I am. Who knows what horrible things she's working on in her lab. There's nothing I can do to stop her.
Hey, you did what you could. The rest is up to the authorities now.
I guess so.
Let that pick up.
I can't help but feel a little pity for her, too. With her condition, I imagine the Ministry's disapproval must have been a tough pill to swallow.
What are you talking about?
She has cancer.
So, this was the other way of getting her good ending. Instead of seeing the note, if you're doing dates with Remy, you would have brought this up, and you could bring it up that way. I see.
Who knows how much longer she has? Knowing that, every day must be so difficult for her.
Remy paused and gave me an embarrassed smile.
Quite a bit of time has passed since you arrived, and you've barely been able to speak. And I've been talking a lot.
Hey, I don't mind.
There must be a lot on your mind, too.
I'm gonna double check this one. Oh, there it's up. It's an up in the air. So, out for me. For in this situation, I'd say there is for the protagonist situation.
Since I work with Emra, I know all the details surrounding you and Reza. Not many do. Many rumors are going around town. All this time, you've been working with our police?
Yeah.
And now they're hunting the person who was supposed to be your partner. That must be really hard for you.
I came here because I wanted to do the right thing. Nothing about that has changed.
What kind of person is Reza, anyway?
The kind that stops at nothing to achieve what he believes in.
I can see that. We've already witnessed how far he will go. What do you think about him?
Honestly, I'm not sure. Back home, his relentless quality of his was admired. I certainly don't condone his actions. Given what I know about him, I think he must have reason, as weird and twisted as it may be.
And what about you?
I have my own principles.
I see. How's your hunt for Reza going, anyway?
Not too great. We don't have any strong leads or any idea of his whereabouts. In the end, we're just following his trail of murder and destruction.
People are getting afraid, and the rumors will start to take effect.
I thought Emma was going to give the press conference to warn the public.
That didn't happen. She feared the potential backlash if people knew about Reza while you were still here, so, for the time being, he has been declared a missing person. The public has been informed that if someone sees him, they are to call the police immediately. They are told that he may be suffering from an affliction that makes him behave erratically. But some people are putting two and two together. No one has seen Reza for a while, even before the before he was officially declared missing. It's easy to line up the timelines and see that the murders started happening shortly after he vanished. What we know about the break-ins and the thefts is also damning. The objects stolen all point toward Reza. I'm not sure how much longer they can keep this a secret.
How do you think the public will react, saying that I'm still staying here?
I don't know. We really can't predict the public opinion, but I bet there will be critical voices.
I'm not sure how I could convince everyone that I'm not involved with Reza's plans.
Well, you do have the council's support. If Emmer voiced that you were on our side, it wouldn't be so bad if the public found out.
Yeah, but she also made it clear that she believes most people won't have the same opinion. She won't support me publicly if their vote is against me.
This is true. Emmer plays the political game a lot. She aligns herself with the popular opinion so people will like her.
That's very dishonest.
It is, but that's who she is.
Does the public know about the portal's current state?
No. If it can be fixed, it wouldn't be worth mentioning. And if they can't fix it, they aren't going to announce it before they know how to deal with the current situation. Compared to Reza, it's not really a problem.
Well, it might become one pretty soon. If word gets out and I'm suddenly his accomplice, what will happen to me? How would you even deal with Reza if you caught him?
I'm not sure. I suppose we would have to work something out between our legal system and whatever humanity has to say on the matter.
And if the portal is done for, what then?
Then humanity would be out of the picture for any legal proceedings. Reza would likely be held until contact has been re-established, or just serve his sentence here.
I see. How do your jails work anyway?
Well, if a crime has been committed and proven without doubt, a jail sentence can be the consequence. Our delinquents live in an area separate from the rest of society, monitored at all hours of the day. They receive the help they need and efforts taken to make them realize their wrongdoings and integrate them back into our community. Life isn't that much different here than
there.
Life isn't much different there than it is here. The spaces are more cramped for sure, but mostly it's a very controlled environment.
Oh. That's not much of a punishment.
It is a consequence, not necessarily a punishment. Our society at large believes
benefits
more from people. Sorry. Our benefit. I've reset now. One second.
Take it slow.
Our society at large benefits more from people who are rehabilitated. If mental issues are the cause, those can be at least be found and addressed. I'm getting tired, and my dyslexia is re-jumbling the entire sentence on me. It's really annoying me.
Okay, just take it slower.
Mm-hmm.
No rush.
I know that feeling all too well.
That sounds how it used to be back home. Well, in the utopia that used to be your home before the solar flare. These days, in our city, you get 3 strikes.
What does that mean?
3 infractions of our rules, and you get thrown out of the city. If someone is a drain on our limited resources, we won't support them.
While I can understand you needed to incorporate such a policy, the finality of it makes me a bit uneasy.
It has worked so far, and it's not as if the outside is completely unkind. Someone expelled from the city might find a different community, or join one of the mobile groups. The situation inside our city-state is still much better than the outside, though. They're very strict with those allowed to live there. It is a privilege. Anyone or anything that threatens the inside society or lives of its people is removed very quickly.
Would a murderer like Reza be dealt with an eye for an eye?
No, we don't do that. But murder is a crime so heinous that immediate expulsion is the consequence, regardless of prior infractions.
I see. What do the citizens think of this system?
Some agree with the methods, some don't. But as long as it works, people won't complain. Weeding out undesirable elements is what keeps their standard of living intact.
I guess that means politicians don't play a big role where you come from.
No, they won't change that working system.
It varies here. I'm so tired of Emra and her games. As I work with her, I can see exactly how she plays the public. I know every council member has their own approach, but everything she does is so tailored towards the public's expectations. For her, it's just a popularity contest.
You know what? That gives me an idea.
Really? What is it?
The human visit and all the associated consequences are her responsibility, right?
Yes.
For her, the situation with Reza must be utterly horrifying. She keeps talking about preventing public backlash, but she's really just trying to protect herself.
That sounds accurate.
Maybe we can use that to our advantage.
How?
You can't send me back to my world right now. That makes me the only one here with knowledge of Reza and humans in general.
That's true.
If I speak from this point of authority, we should have a much easier time convincing her of anything we want.
You couldn't convince her to let you stay in. You couldn't convince her to let you stay in our world, though.
Yes, but I was trying to use reason and plead with her. I didn't take into account her fear of public backlash. I think we can manipulate this fear of hers and use it to our advantage. If there were consequences to fear from Reza, me, or the rest of humanity, and those consequences would make her look bad to the public, that would be a reason for her to reconsider any action, right?
I suppose so, but what situation could this apply to?
She nearly sent me back through the portal. If she tries anything again, at least we have something we can use against her. I gotta step away for a second. I heard thumping upstairs. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, it's fine. It's just stepdad dropped his book. There's. Wish my bedroom wasn't beneath the living room. Then again, I wish their only way of communicating with me was not just bang on the floor for me.
I mean, when my dad tried to get my attention and I had headphones on, he would lightly knock on the door frame.
That would be preferable.
No, he would knock so lightly I couldn't hear it.
Oh.
Because he didn't want to interrupt anything I was doing on my headphones. But if he doesn't interrupt me, I don't know he's there.
Well, I don't have such politeness in here.
I think I see where you're coming from. Reza is still a mystery to me, though. All things considered, wouldn't it be beneficial for him to stay here? No offense, but even our prisons offer a better standard of living than your city. As such, couldn't that be a reason for him to have vandalized the portal?
I don't think so. While you're right, your world is in much better shape than ours. Even if Reza could stay here, he wouldn't. He came here for the same reason I did, to help our people. He has a very pronounced sense of duty to humanity, and I believe in him when he stepped through the portal. He proclaimed that he would do do everything he could. When I met him again in this world, I had the impression that he wanted to get our mission over with as soon as possible, so he could return to our world with aid.
That's going to be difficult with the portal out of order.
The person who did it probably didn't realize it wasn't a very good idea. This might make Reza even more desperate. Who knows what he will do next? And if anything happens, I can't leave either.
If the portal is gone for good, I suppose you would have to stay here. What do you think about that?
Double checking. Double checking. Well, I'd love living here. I love living here. Everything I heard about this place is so wonderful compared to back home. Plus, you're here.
That's good to hear. I certainly wouldn't mind if you stuck around. Only now do I realize that everything I told you earlier must seem so petty compared to the struggles you face.
Hey, don't say that. We'll check. Yeah, it is. Don't say that.
Why not?
That's not how it works. That's like saying a person can't be happy because someone else might be happier than them. Don't downplay your own suffering like that. That kind of thinking only makes it worse.
That's true, thank you, Mel. I can't even imagine what life would be like where you're from.
Back home, I was just trying to survive and help others do the same. That hasn't changed, though. I'm almost afraid of going back to the city, though. Times are so rough. Yet, even if I didn't have to go back, I would. I can't just let them down like that, you know? I have to try and do what I can. That's why I came here.
I wish I could be that strong.
Well, who says you can't?
I don't know, I just...
Hey, tell me about your old job.
Yeah, I miss those days. What about it?
It's not exactly the same thing as saving a city, but you were helping people, right?
That's true.
Maybe once your term with Emmer is over, you could do something like that again.
I really wish I could. Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Do you even like me? There must be a reason why you've put up with me for this long.
What are you talking about?
Do you consider me a friend? Or maybe more?
I like you as more than just a friend.
Is that so? In that case, well, the summer festival is coming soon. It's an event that we hold in town every year. We've got fireworks and all kinds of shows. It might be fun for you to experience a different part of our culture. What do you say? Would you like to accompany me?
I love to, but I can't promise I won't have other obligations at the time.
I see. Well, I'll call you around and see if we can work out something on our schedules.
Sure thing.
Then it's settled. I should probably get going now, though. Thanks for hearing me out.
Likewise, Remy. Chapter 4.
Hope.
I awoke with my eyes fixed on the ceiling wallpaper, a sense of dread lingering from a nightmare I no longer remembered. How many more times would I see this apartment before I returned to my own world? Or something happened to me? I got ready for the day and tried to shake off those thoughts. Sebastian! Oh, Dronon, you came out really quiet there. Can you repeat the line again?
Hey, Mel.
There we go. Better. Sorry about that. Ah, right on the minute. Go up at this time every day, like clockwork.
Clocks are reliable, and reliable is good in this line of work. I've got something for you.
An envelope from the facility? Oh, these are the results from the test I ran in my blood. Let's see. Moroccan similarities and genetic makeup. Particularly in the brain structure. Oh, I suppose this isn't the only reason you're here.
Oh, the chief will explain everything once we get there. Let's not keep him waiting, shall we?
All right, they left. They had to go to sleep.
It looks like you've seen this before. Skip ahead a bit.
Yes, I want to skip ahead.
As you wish.
If anything, with you there, we might be able to convince him to give up, or we could act like we intend to trade you for the eggs if he tries to use them as a bargaining chip.
You're not really going to use me as ransom, right?
We'll see about that.
I suppose if it's necessary, I'll have to play along. Simple! They don't really work there, Fernan. We've actually been over this before.
I've got your back. If there's one thing we could do to make this whole situation even worse, it would be messing up with you.
We have the element of surprise if we walk into his base right now, but we risk Reza lashing out with his weapon. If we want to resolve this peacefully, observation is probably the way to go.
Well, I guess we won't need Mel there for that, then.
True enough.
Alright, Mel, you stay here and wait for further instructions. We may need you at a moment's notice. Don't do anything without us telling you to. Are we clear?
Okay, handsome. I mean, sir. Sir.
Alright, then. Let's go, Sebastian.
After you, Chief.
Oh, sorry. And Maverick, you did good today.
I can do Maverick.
Okay.
Thanks, Chief.
Shortly after they vanished, Maverick also turned to leave. Oh, it's not even giving me the option this time. Then I had to wait.
Oh, that is weird.
Well, I mean, we don't need it anymore.
Yeah, that's fair.
Then I had to wait. Bryce and Sebastian were observing the farm now. If anything new happened, I would be the first to know. I spent some time looking around Bryce's office, studying all the material he had gathered about the case. That there wasn't any information that I didn't already know. Also, you'd think you'd give me another skip option by now if nothing is necessary for me to make a different choice. After a few hours, the telephone in his office rang, and not sure whether the call was intended for me or Bryce, I picked it up.
Hey, Mel,
Yes?
I think you need to come here. Grab a pen and paper. I'll give you the directions.
No problem.
Ah, there you are.
And why did you... Your directions stink. You let me through this old lady's house.
Hey, I'm sorry. That's one of the biggest things. I struggle at giving directions. You're gonna have to bear with me on that.
So, what happened?
Well, a whole lot of nothing. There was no movement to or from the building in the time we've been watching. Dead. Silent.
Oh, sorry. Usually operates during the night, so maybe he's just asleep?
Well, in that case, it would be best for us to go in before he has a chance to make his escape.
Or maybe he's not even there anymore. He could have seen us and slipped away unnoticed, with plenty of time to destroy the evidence while we've been waiting here.
You're right either way. He's still inside, or he's already jumped ship and he's not coming back. Let's go ahead in.
What should I do?
You're coming with me. Sebastian, you take a walk around the perimeter and watch the back of the building, just in case he tries to make his escape.
I'm on it, Chief.
Alright, so we have two options here. First is that you stay here and I go inside. This way, if Reza tries to flee and sees you, it might throw him off. You might be able to stop him, or if we get into a standoff, I can tell him you're here as well.
And second?
You go in first, and I follow you. This way, if we find him, maybe we can resolve things a little more peacefully. You might be able to talk to him, and even if that doesn't work out, you've got myself and Sebastian nearby to stop him. I don't think he's planning to harm you on sight. So if we can hear things starting to go wrong, we might still be able to surprise him.
So, either way, we take it by surprise. I just had the option of talking to him first.
I think you can pull it off. Maybe, if you're there, he won't act as irrationally as he would if I was to suddenly, become standing in front of him. I'm not going to force you if you don't want to do it, though.
I'll do it.
All right. Let's go.
Because I know what will happen if I don't, and I can't undo it, because the system, it won't let me. Damn system, preventing me from using my time rewind powers.
You didn't say the magic word.
Sorry, I'm afraid I can't do that.
We slowly made our way to the front door. I took a deep breath and tried to prepare myself for the possibility of facing Riza. The tense scenarios and things I could say to him rushed through my head as I pressed down on the door handle. Hi, Saturn. Everything's going good. The door inched open with a creak, but I noticed a slight resistance and a strange sound that suddenly made me hesitate. When I looked down to the source of the noise, I saw a taut wire through the gap in the door, hovering over the floor of the entryway.
Ooh, that was a pretty close call, Well, it's a shame Reza wasn't here after all.
He ran when he saw us approach.
Strange for him to leave everything behind, though. Everything he's stolen. I mean, look at this. All the generators are still here.
Do you think the trap was for us in particular?
Oh, silence, because I said you can only raid. I said so only people I follow can raid me. It's a protection against the hate raid bots, you know. I'll have to follow your Twitch so that way you can raid me in the future.
Probably not. It was likely more of a general safety precaution. If he had time to prepare for this, he would have taken the stuff with him.
True enough. I had no idea you could make a bomb out of a generator.
Then you just haven't been with us long enough. If you know how, it's actually not even that complicated, and that's the scary part.
And Reza somehow figured it out.
Apparently so. Does he have any skills pertaining to engineering or electricity by chance? Do you know?
Well, he's worked on cars before. Fixes a lot of things back home. I guess that would qualify?
He could also have done his own research.
Either way, this makes him even more dangerous. At least now we have buildings worth of clues. Well, think you can get back to your apartment from here? We'll be busy with the scene for a while, I believe.
No problem. I'll leave you to your work then.
Good job, Mel.
Thanks. Surprised you called me back so quickly. How's the investigation going?
Oh, the investigation is going swimmingly, but as you can expect, we need all the help we can get.
As usual.
With how this case has been going, we've realized we must employ external help.
Oh?
Yeah, we've requested assistance from one of the cities. We hope they'll send some good investigators our way soon.
I see.
We were so close today. He could have been in there, you know? Maybe we just came a few minutes too late. If he knows how to make bombs from generators, who's to say he won't start using them elsewhere?
At least he doesn't have any right now, does he? He said all the generators that were stolen are now accounted for.
True. Still, this whole case is growing to be too much for a small-town police department.
I hope you get all the help you need.
Me too. But right now, you can help us again.
Well, what do you have for me?
When we searched the building, we found more than the things Reza stole. We also found this bloody bandage.
You think that's his?
Well, that's what we need to find out. But given all that we know, it probably is.
So, he's wounded.
Well, we know he was injured during the fight with his first victim, but whether this is from the same wound or something else, I'm not sure. In any case, could you bring it into the lab for us to find out more?
Sure.
Next, we have a witness who reported hearing loud bangs during the night. We'd like to send someone to make a follow-up visit. You'll need to confirm the witness's statement and then see if he has anything new to share. Also, now that we've reclaimed your PDAs, We're going to send one to the archives for analysis. Since they have experience with human artifacts, they're better suited to do it than any of our departments.
No problem.
And lastly, we have the eggs. Oh, it's a relief that we found them unharmed in the building. They're safe and ready to be sent back to the hatchery.
Can we take care of those first?
Well, it's not as urgent as you might think. Our eggs are pretty resilient. Being in the care of that hatchery is more an insurance than a requirement. Some people choose to keep them in their own home until they hatch, rather than having the hatchery take care of it. Anyway, they've been notified, but they won't be able to send someone over for a few hours. I've heard that they're really understaffed too. If you bring the eggs and the paperwork to them, you'd speed up the process, but it's not an urgent matter.
I see.
In any case, I'll just leave everything here until I get to it, so feel free to do these tasks as you wish. I know it's laughable that we don't even have a free hand for simple errands.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, by the way, are you planning to attend the summer festival?
Should I? It's hard to think about something fun when I'm wrapped up in this investigation.
Oh, for sure. It's important to take a short rest so you don't lose your head. There's so much to see at the festival, particularly the big fireworks.
Dragons enjoy fireworks too? I wouldn't think something like that would feel so commonplace, since many of you breathe fire.
It's not quite the same. We still appreciate the wonder of colorful bursts in the sky. On the last day, there's always a big fireworks show. Everyone usually attends it.
Everyone?
Yeah, it has this great tradition behind it. What peeves me the most is I'll be on guard duty when it happens this year, so I probably won't be able to see a thing.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a bio break.
Okay. If it's that important to you, why don't you just watch it regardless?
Are you suggesting I abandon my post during the fireworks?
No, you don't have to abandon your post, but if you pick a good spot and watch them, like, for half an hour or so, no one's gonna care.
I'm not so sure about that. The guard post is pretty important.
I know we're talking about the portal, but you don't need to take this so seriously all the time. Just think about it. The portal is broken right now anyway, and everyone will be busy watching the fireworks. Nothing is going to happen.
Oh, I suppose you have a point.
Just pick a good spot, and no one is even going to notice you're gone.
Well, if you say so. Anyways, I should get back to the investigation now. I'll leave the stuff for you here, and I'll take care of the rest once I get back, okay?
Sure thing.
Good luck, Mel.
You too.
What changed to allow you to have this conversation?
We've seen him die enough times.
You just seriously had to watch him die that many times before it finally became an option for you to do that?
Oh, so I think it's linked to getting Bryce's good ending.
Huh, okay. Well, glad that we finally saved Sebastian's life, at least assuming so.
Anyways, let's take the PDA to the library first. I believe we can bump into Remy here. Doesn't look like Remy is here. Alright, it's this dude.
Random weird dragon with a mustache.
Excuse me.
Can I help you?
Do you know where the audio section is? I'm looking for some sheet music.
Sorry, I have no idea. I don't even work here.
Don't worry about it. The staff all seem to be hiding somewhere. Anyway, have a good day.
You too. Maybe Remy is somewhere in the back. Or in his office? Hello?
You know, this section is usually for staff only.
Oh, I'm just looking for Remy. I'm supposed to drop off this PDA.
Well, he's not working today. Apparently, he has other engagements. If you don't find him, you could probably do so at his home.
Can't I just leave the PDA here?
Oh, I'm not going to take responsibility for this if it gets lost. If you want to drop it off, go find him.
Okay.
By the way, hope you do not take it personally that I tried to send you away. To be honest, I'm glad you're still here. Remember, I said I believed you when you told me your side of the story. I wanted to do what's the public's best interest, and now they will not blame me if you have any connection with Reza. I hope you can understand that. Here's Remy's address, in case you need it.
Thank you.
You know,
by the way, I heard he do.
I was gonna say, you know, that particular scene, I always imagine whenever Emira speaks up going, you know, this particular section's usually for staff only. I would imagine like the main protagonist going, oh, Jesus, hi!
Oh, hello, Mel. What are you doing here?
I came by to give you this. I was already at the library, but Emma refused to let me drop it off there.
Oh, I see. Hey, that's one of our PDAs. Or sorry, hey, that's one of your PDAs. I told you one would find its way to me eventually.
Yep. And now you can look at it with all the juicy human knowledge you want.
Like porn.
You have no idea how much I'm looking forward to that.
It's filled with nothing but porn.
Some of it has dragons.
I may not be working today, but I'm still going to check it out as soon as possible.
Well, I'm just going to leave it to you then.
Thanks.
Enjoy! Now, let's take the eggs to the hatchery. I was on my way to the hatchery when I heard a voice call out to me.
Hello there.
I turned around to see an unfamiliar face before me.
Oh, is this Fluffy Dragon here?
Yeah, it's the fluffy dragon again.
Ah!
Hey, I'm Kevin.
Hey, Mel, nice to meet you.
Could I perhaps interest you in our Midwest institution?
Is this some kind of religious thing?
Oh, no, not at all. It's a college.
Sorry, but I already got my degrees.
Yeah, I know. It was just a joke.
Oh, so me going to college is a joke now? I'm not good enough? Is that it?
Oh, no, not at all. Even if you wanted to study here, I don't think you'll be with us long enough to make use of it.
I should check. Draco, are you here?
It's, I really heard
Hi,
that.
would you like to resume your role as Kevin?
Oh.
I forgot that that's who this was and wasn't paying attention.
This was the character we were like, Draco, not only did you voice this character, it's like you.
Yes, that's right. It's been a number of years. Mm-hmm.
I can step back?
Yes.
I don't remember what voice I used for him though, but that's okay.
You basically used your own.
Okay.
It was perfect.
Continuing. I think that came out wrong.
I'll say it came out in a completely different voice. You're lucky I won't take this the wrong way.
Phew.
So, you're a recruiter for this college?
No, this is just my summer job. Once the semester starts up again, I'll actually be attending to get my degree in psychology.
College. Wonderful times.
That's sarcasm.
Maybe. I didn't even know you had colleges here, though.
Well, you do now.
Why'd you even approach me if you know I'm not gonna go to college here? Don't tell me it's just because I'm a human.
It's because you're human. I was actually trying to talk to that old lady who walked by, but once you turned around, there was no going back.
Oh, well, thanks for not making things awkward. By making things awkward.
Hey, I treat everyone nicely until I have a reason not to. I hate everyone equally.
Well, that's good customer service.
Sure, but it's not just for the job, you know. That's just me.
Well, I gotta go. Excuse me. Oh, I should really be going. I have some things to take care of.
Alright, no problem. See ya.
Oh, here we go again.
Miss Corgi.
Bean.
Hey, Mel. What are you doing here?
Oh, just came by to drop these off.
Drop what off?
Stolen eggs. I figured the hatchery would want them back.
Oh, I was actually going to get those in the police department later. I'm so glad they got back safely. Emily, stop chewing on my leg!
Oh, Dav, you got another line.
It's... damn, I have to find that again. It's tasty.
Oh well. Anyways, I'll have to go inside, so I'll take those off your hands. Thanks for bringing them here.
No problem. Ooh. Remy!
Adine, wait for me. Good job, Mel.
Oh, looks like you took my advice.
Yeah, Adine and I had a good long talk, and now here we are.
I'm glad we did it. It was long overdue.
Oh, there's Vara. ...
Farah, do you know who this is? She doesn't talk very much.
Yeah, I noticed.
It's not unusual for someone who's had a rough life like her. She's definitely listening, though. Isn't that right?
I think we should go inside.
Yeah, probably. Well, see you another time, Mel.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Thanks for all your help. I'll take care of the remaining tasks, so you can take the rest of the day off. I'm sure you have things to do other than helping the police department.
Oh, it's no problem, really. My trip to your world wasn't supposed to be a vacation.
Alright then, I'll see you next time.
See you. After this fateful day, I was glad to finally have some sort of respite. I wandered into the kitchen as I considered tonight's dinner. Did I cook something or ordered out? When I returned to the living room, I suddenly found my strength leaving me and collapsed to the floor. Someone gave me the Vulcan net pinch.
Judo chop!
The next thing I saw was a blurry stone ceiling. As my eyesight slowly returned, I managed to sit up. I was in a cave. Before me stood a familiar, mysterious face. Note is not here.
I can take over for the administrator in the meantime.
Sure.
I apologize for the violence, but I can assure you it was the easiest way. It looks like you've seen this before. Skip to the character selection.
Yes.
As you wish.
Because that whole thing is very long-winded, so we're skipping.
Oh, yes.
Seems there's nothing for me to do this morning. I guess they don't need me at the police department. Not that I mind. Seems I've got some messages. Let's see.
Message 1.
Me.
Sorry, I keep muting my microphone just to avoid the tappy taps. Hello, this is Remy. Just wanted to remember about the summer festival. It'll start any day now, so I hope you can make it. It'd be nice to go there with you. I'm not sure how you feel about this, but I usually try to avoid the crowds. In any case, let me know if you want to go.
Summer festival, huh?
Message 2.
Dean.
I read it. I'm so muted. Hold on. Hey, are you coming to see the show? It's gonna happen pretty soon, you know? I trained so much for this. You wouldn't believe. Probably harder than I ever trained in my whole entire life. I really hope you can make it because I want to show you all that I got.
Going to save here because we want to do the double bill.
So a cutie in both arms, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You can call it a double dragon.
Oh my.
Anyways, let's start off with Adine, and then we'll finish with Best Boy Remy. Best for last.
All right.
Ooh, you know you're playing favorites now, Mel.
That must be her.
Hey, Mel.
Hey, Adine.
Are you ready to go?
Sure am. I can't wait to see everything for the festival has to offer.
Oh, I'm sorry we came across that way, but I don't think we actually had much time to take part of the festivities.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have to spend most of my time at the competition grounds. We'll arrive there early so I can check and do my warm-up, and I still have to stick around after my performance to wait for the award ceremony. Well, I guess you don't have to wait with me. You could start the rest of the festival if you wanted to.
Oh, that's out of the question. I'm here to spend time with you. The festival is not that important.
Besides, you can always see everything on one of your other festival days.
True.
We can even watch the big fireworks at the end.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Everyone keeps telling me how important it is for me to see.
This music makes me think of like what's that thing with the frog? My brain's farting. Chrono Trigger. It's the same thing with the festival Chrono Trigger music.
Not quite to me, but okay.
It's not that important, but you have an opportunity. You really should go.
I'm not sure if I'll be able to attend. Well, I'd gladly cup you out if I have the chance.
Sure. Today's agenda is emotional support. The next time we can take in all the aspects of the festival. Sound good?
Perfect.
All right. Let's go then.
It took a while for us to arrive at the festival, which had already begun by this point. The last of the booths that lined the way were still being set up, but dragons of all shapes and sizes were already pouring in. Instead of walking directly through the festival, we stayed outside the established paths, heading towards the stage where the competition was going to be held. Eventually, we arrived at a large open air area near the facility that had been roped off. At one corner of the building, a few flyers are already gathered.
Maybe you should wait here until I get my number.
Why?
People may get the wrong idea if you show up in the registration line. Besides, you certainly steer and start asking all sorts of questions.
Alright. I'll just stay here then.
I'll be right back.
After Ideen had waddled off to the other flyers, I surveyed my surroundings idly. Beyond the big open air area, seating had been provided, and I could already see a few people waiting for the competition to start. A few had even gathered on the roof of the building to watch from there.
I'm back!
Is that your number? He held up a piece of cloth with a large number printed on it. A few straps were hanging from it.
What's this? No, of course not. This is Angel's number.
Oh, of course. Sorry for the mistake.
I have to ask, how large is the number? 1,000,000?
666.
No, it'd be 69.
No. No, it's 96, just to make it so it's not so obvious.
Subtle, yet profound.
Don't pick 77.
I'm one of the last to start, actually.
Are we late?
No, I guess the others arrived earlier to have more time to get ready.
Oh, what do you think about the other competitors?
I've seen most of them fly before. Some are really, really good. Doesn't seem like there's any newcomers here. So right now, I'm the odd one out.
Oh, maybe you can use that to your advantage.
How so?
Well, you know more about them than they know about you. Having a promising newcomer there might throw them off their game.
I'm not sure about that. After all, it's not if any of our already choreographed performances could change based on the others do now. Each of us tries to do their best. Most of them are seasoned flyers, so they already know how to deal with that kind of pressure. If anything, I'm one who might get nervous and mess up. Now, I have one advantage, though. I'm pretty young. It's a sport with a great amount of wear and tear. There comes a certain point in time when you just can't just perform as well as anymore as they used to. Many comic maneuvers can also be performed by younger athletes. The older ones make it up for using their experience, but with better execution of easier moves. And a daring newcomer like me could surprise the audience and the judges with something new and unexpected, which is exactly what I plan to do.
How good do you think your chances are?
With a bit of luck, I might be able to win. It's just a local competition, after all. But you know what? Just being here right here, now, and performing in front of so many people, it's a big win for me. People will get to know me and probably get a mention somewhere in the local paper. I trained for years, and my application to complete finally got accepted. Now, just have to make the most of it, and then I'll be happy. I can still hardly believe that I'm here. In this moment, I worked so hard for.
And I'll be watching you.
Oh, stop it! Gotta make me nervous.
Oh, sorry.
Can you help me with this?
She spread out her wing, and only then did I notice that her shoulder joint was tightly bandaged. What's that for?
It's this training bandage to stabilize my shoulder after that little blunder you witnessed at the beach last time. We can't fly with these at the competition, though, so I have to take it off.
Okay. I opened the bandage, carefully unwrapping her wing. There you go.
Thanks!
She spread both her wings, beating them a few times. I couldn't help notice that the previous bandaged wing was sagging noticeably compared to its counterpart, as if it were misaligned. She seemed to be examining her shoulder, somewhat lost in thought when I spoke up. Are you sure you want to do this?
Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I?
I could see you're straining without the bandages.
I'm fine, really. Don't worry about it.
If you're fine without the bandage, how come you were wearing it up to just now? Did you need it for practice too? You can practice without it. Maybe you aren't ready to compete without it yet.
Since when you're suddenly an expert in flying? I'm the one who's been doing this for years, not you. This is my dream we're talking about.
Do you want them to see you in this condition and judge you based on that rather than when you're at your best?
I just have to try, you know?
But what if something goes wrong, though? You don't want to be in that position.
If I start making excuses now, maybe I'll never stop. I was too nervous or too injured or didn't eat right that day before. I feel bad enough as it is. Right now, I have a chance to do this. If I don't take it, I may never will. I always just be a server, some delivery girl, making minimum wage. This is my one chance. To really... is one chance really too much to ask for?
No, but it doesn't have to be right now. There will always be another year. They've never seen you compete before. If you fly now, they'll judge you based on this performance. You only have one chance of making a first impression, and you know it won't be your best if you fly right now. If it's not good enough, maybe they won't invite you again next year. If you fly now, they won't accept any excuses. But if you tell them you're injured, they might let you fly another time.
But I don't want to wait another year. I want to do it now. I trained so much, even with this injury, and you tell me I should just let it go?
I just can't help thinking about last time. If you crash like that again, there's no sand here to cushion your fall. It would be much worse.
You think I don't know that? That I'm not ready? Worrying about this more than I ever had for anything else? I just don't want to make excuses anymore. I don't want to wonder if I ever amount to anything more than just a waitress. I want to be able to follow my dream. I don't want to wait for another year to find out.
What about Emily? Something happened to you. What do you think they would explain to her that you just suddenly stopped showing up, huh?
Don't you dare bring her into this. She has nothing to do with it.
Hey, like it or not, what you're doing could have consequences. There are others besides you who will be affected if something goes wrong.
You know what? I will fly. It's the best damn job I've ever done, and there's nothing you can stop me.
Before I could reply, she angrily stomped off towards the building, where by now a number of contestants have arrived. While I had failed to convince her, at least I could say that I had tried my hardest to stop her. I asked myself whether I even wanted to watch the competition at that point. It was possible that she would do even better than expected, but if my experience was any indication, her performance would not turn out well. In the end, I decided to stay and watch from the sidelines. I didn't want to join the rest of the audience, as I was sure it would get me unwanted attention. After the competition started, I lost myself in thought, thinking over the conversation I had with Nadine while watching the other contestants half-heartedly. Nadine had been right. Some of them were very good, but based on what I had seen at her practice session, sorry, she did have a shot at winning if everything went well for her. Even though my rational mind doubted that would happen, for her own sake, hoped it would. One by one, the contestants showed off their skills in a variety of moves, usually followed by the applause of the audience. Eventually, it was time for Adine's turn. Who wants to be the announcer?
Next on the stage is number 11. A promising newcomer who will show her skills to the public here for the very first time in her debut performance. Please welcome Angel!
Yay!
I'm trying to get clapping.
Yeah, and there was much rejoicing.
There was an excited bout of clapping. The audience was always curious to see a newcomer on the stage. However, after a few seconds passed, Nadine still hadn't emerged. An awkward silence set in as the audience applause stopped, and everyone sat anxiously, waiting for her to show up. She never did. After half a minute or so passed, the announcer's voice once more echoed across the area.
My apologies. It looks like number 11 will not be flying today. Next up is number 12, a certain veteran you may know for his somewhat unusual technique.
Before I can even ask myself what had happened, I saw Nadine walk out of the building and coming towards me. Nadine? What did you do?
Let's just go somewhere else.
Okay. We walked away from the festival and sat down under a tree in the outskirts of town. As the competition was already nearly over, darkness had already set in.
Here. It should be good.
So, what made you reconsider?
You were right with everything you said. When I was inside, I had a bit of time to cool off. I realized I didn't want to do it like this, even if I had to wait another year.
How do you feel now?
I knew it was the right thing to do. I guess I can't help thinking I just came so close that I could have done it it had been for that stupid accident.
You'll have another chance. I promise.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Mm.
Hey, Mel, look at the sky. Can you see that light? The one looks like a bit brighter than all the others.
I looked up and saw many celestial bodies lighting up the sky. One of them was noticeably brighter than the other stars. Almost apocalyptically bright. Yeah.
I usually practice in the evenings and stay until dark, so I see the stars pretty often. I noticed something about that one. It moved.
How does it move? It looks pretty stationary to me.
You don't notice it just by looking at it, but over the last couple weeks, I've noticed that it's changed positions when comparing it to the other stars.
Oh, it can't be a star then. Stars don't move. Well, technically, they do, and there's also roaming stars, but let's not get into that technicality stuff.
They have an office in one of the cities that watch these kind of things. I called them about it a while ago.
What did they say?
It's just an asteroid passing by. It's even been on the news a few times.
Yes. Passing by.
Passing by other places on the way over.
That makes it sound pretty important.
Yeah, it's a big one apparently. Otherwise, be able to see without a telescope.
Do they think it's dangerous?
Why would it be?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you can hit the moon or something like that.
They assure me it's not going to happen. They say calculating the paths of celestial bodies is very complicated science and not really an exact one. They know that's not going to hit the moon, but they're watching to make sure it passes safely.
Honestly, it would be I believe it'd likely be better if it hit the moon. Not that just watching it would make a difference.
They don't really know anything. Or apparently, they're also really underfunded. The council doesn't see the need to waste people's time and money to look at the sky all day.
That's strange, don't you think?
It used to be a pretty important job, but over time, funding got less and less until this only token office biggest city was left.
I see.
Such a shame, since the whole institution was based on our creation story.
In what way?
In one of the stories, the creator told us to watch the skies.
How religious are you, really?
What exactly do you mean?
Well, dragons have these myths about humans. How many of them do you actually believe are true?
Oh, I believe all of it. I just love believing all the stories, theories, and all that.
Why is that?
Well, I think there's a lot we can learn from it. Much of society's based on it, including our laws and traditions.
I see. Can I ask you a question?
Sure, go ahead.
What would you think if I told you that I'm a time traveler from the future?
Hey, don't joke around something like that.
Why not?
'Cause I'll believe you.
Well, just follow me to my blue box and we'll go on a merry time traveling adventure.
And I should get to bed at this point.
Aw, okay, Draco. Sleep well.
Alright, Draco.
Have a
night,
good night.
Draco.
I mean,
Draco Dracos.
it's been a long stream so far, but thank you for sticking with us.
No problem.
Besides, if you're really a time traveler, I think you come from the past, like the time we were created.
Really? Why is that?
Because the only time in our history we know of humans ever being here. If you came from the future, well, that would mean humans were to show up at some point in our future history, and well, I'm not sure how or why that would have happened.
Wouldn't that mean that I was your creator?
Well, not necessarily. Could have been other humans around, right?
Your myths only mention one, though.
Yeah. But people speculate, trying to find explanations for those myths. Maybe there were more humans around and they just died, or their creation rebelled and killed them. Others say they fled across the ocean. We just don't know.
Oh, what do you think?
I don't know. I like reading all those theories and trying to piece the puzzle together myself. Well, that's why I want to visit that underground building we found. Some of those theories are quite out there.
Like what?
For example, one says that humans were really aliens who come from a different planet. They created us for some reason, and then they just vanished again.
I can just picture a dragon doing the aliens pose. It's aliens.
Well, I actually had a meme created out of myself that's that, but it's humans.
I believe you showed me that one, yes.
I think I have, actually.
What
I'm
would they...
still very proud of that.
What would they do that for?
Maybe it's an experiment that they're testing us. Some say they're always watching from up there somewhere with a giant mothership, and that maybe one day they'll return when we're ready to join them.
That's pretty out there, I'll say.
I told you.
Like, that's far out, man.
And far up there.
What about the humanity you come from, though? Why don't you tell me more about your...
I really don't like talking about that. It's much prettier here.
I don't believe you.
It's the truth. The sun fucked up our planet pretty harsh. And we all thought it was going to be climate change.
I'll believe it when I see it with my own eyes. I'll visit your world.
I don't think it would be a good idea to visit us right now.
Why not?
Do you know what our world is like? Are there any rumors about that?
Not really. There's been much of a speculation on that yet. Of course, we're curious, though. Next time we want to send one of our ambassadors into your world to make it even all that.
I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Oh, don't be so negative.
I'm sorry. It's not up for me to determine the best course of action. I'm just a lowly ambassador, after all.
I'm not quite as lowly as a waitress with nothing more than high aspirations. Maybe it's time for me to go home.
I would walk you, but I guess you'd be faster if you flew.
Nah, better not without the bandage.
Are you serious? And you were going to do your performance like that?
I know I shouldn't have tried. You don't have to bring it up again.
I'm sorry. But for what it's worth, I think you made the right decision in the end.
Thank you.
Shall we go then, my lady?
'Sure.
Well, there we are.
Do you want to come in for a bit? Would be a shame for you to come all this way for nothing.
Sure. She opened the door, wiping her feet on the doormat before she went inside.
Can I offer you something to drink, maybe?
Oh, no thanks. I'm good.
How about some TV?
Oh, that could be interesting. I haven't watched TV in ages. I don't have one in the apartment.
You're right. You got a pretty decent apartment. But don't run a TV. I wonder why.
Maybe they wanted to avoid culture shock or something like that.
You got a shelf full of books, though. Why would books be fine, but not a TV?
I suppose when they give me books, they know what I'm going to read. But on TV, they can't really regulate the content I'm going to see. At least if TV works the same way as ours used to.
That's true. Maybe you just thought your time would be better spent elsewhere.
I guess. If they didn't want me to watch TV, they certainly never told me.
Actually, there's a series on right now that could be pretty interesting.
What is it?
Well, I'm not going to tell you. Do you want me to put it on or not?
Sure, let's do it.
It's called 50 Shades of Scales.
Ideen turned on the TV, and a brief flicker
Otherwise known as grayscale.
Hey!
We're on a roll, folks.
Ideen turned on the TV, and a brief flicker appeared on the screen before it was filled with the image of a house from the outside. Well, that doesn't look unusual.
Just wait a bit.
Then the camera cut to the inside of the home, while the chattering of small talk could be heard. Then, some figures entered the living room on the screen. They were grotesque, malformed creatures with rather cartoony proportions, covered in odd lumps all over their body. They shared the same odd skin tone. It was clear to me that these figures were played by actors in obviously fake, bulky costumes that reminded me of mascots. What are those?
Humans.
Humans?
That's Nova series, the typical sitcom about a contemporary family as we would expect it, with a twist that everyone is a human.
Dragons in human costumes, that sounds horrifying.
So, are they skinny? They're not furries or scalies. Are they skinnies?
Homies.
No, it's the way the title makes it sound like it's dinosaurs but humans instead.
Oh.
Oh god, does that mean they have their own version of the song "I'm that baby, gotta love me"? That'd be 10 times more.
That baby gotta love me. Big purple eyes and very cuddly, especially when I hit my daddy with a frying pan.
Dad has that one memorized. He has his own version of it.
I have the Murphy Baby song memorized too.
Should we send some channel points to get Dad to sing it?
I'll torment Mel after stream.
And then I realized why I hadn't been able to identify the creatures on the screen as humans. They were all naked. Since the dragon's concept of clothing was different, they had to apply their own principles when creating this series. It was quite bizarre to see a typical family sitcom where all the characters were in obviously fake costumes, and also happened to be naked. Do you like it?
It's one of my favorites. Well, it's a sitcom. It manages to address some serious and deep issues fairly often, which I don't think would be effective if we weren't watching them through the lens of an alternative reality.
God, second. I wonder if they have the series finale where it's instead of the ice age, it's nuclear winter.
When I read this description, I felt like the Sims thing. And this isn't a bad episode either, but it's already nearly over.
I guess there's no point just watching the ending.
True.
By this point, the credits were already rolling, and Andy turned off the TV again.
So, what do you think?
Let's just say that if a human looking like that suddenly showed up in our world, people will probably just run away screaming.
Oh, they don't look that bad.
Sure, it's impressive if we consider that they had to work with. I'm sorry, consider what they had to work with. But there's a few things they got wrong.
Like what?
For one, humans mostly wear clothing. And second, we don't have tails.
Oh, those are just small details. But the series is so good, though.
Is it popular?
For sure. Many people love it.
I see. I hope they aren't too scared from me when they see how different I am, though.
I didn't run away screaming when I first met you, did I?
True.
Now that you're already here, there's something you could help me with.
Oh, yes, here it comes.
Yes.
What is it?
Well, it'd be a huge favor to ask. And it's kinda embarrassing.
I'll just say it. The worst I could do is say no.
How could I say this? It's about my shower. I got pretty dirty from practice sometimes, especially from the bad landings. And recently, the detachable shower head broke. That usually would be much of a problem. With this injury, I can't quite reach a few places on my own. It's already not ideal having to manage everything with my wing, but now it's even harder.
You want me to scrub your back?
Oh, that's not the only thing I want you to scrub.
Oh, Jesus.
I guess you put it that way. Told you it was kind of embarrassing.
I'll do it. Don't worry about it. I'm glad to help.
Thanks. This way.
I followed her, entering a rather large bathroom. The shower is huge. I wouldn't mind having one of these.
This is just your regular dragon-sized shower either. It's specifically for a flyer like me. You need enough room to stretch your wings.
Just think of the possibilities. She took off her goggles and stepped into the roomy walk-in shower. After pressing a button on the wall, water started flowing from the shower head mounted on the wall. She moved around a bit, stretching this and that way in order to cover her whole body in the water. Soon afterwards, she pressed the button on the wall again, and the water flow stopped. She turned to show me her back, wings splayed. Guess we get a picture too.
Oh wow, she has like a little moon tail. And I see what you mean about the walk-in shower. Wow.
The soap and sponge should be right over there.
I took a sponge that wasn't unlike the ones I knew from back home, and added some soap from a rather big bowl. It seemed to me that each species had their own challenges that needed to be overcome when it came to daily tasks like this one, emphasized by all the different design choices when it came to everyday items. Except chairs, apparently.
You can start with the wings and work your way down from there.
Sure thing.
I would kill to have a walk-in shower like that. Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh, with dragon attached?
Maybe.
I couldn't help making a joke to ease the tension of it when I put the sponge on her muzzle. Hey, it looks like you got something here. Oh wait, that's just your stripes.
Hey, stop that! That tickles.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Good job. Now I got soap on my nose.
I started scrubbing her wings now that I could see them up close and fully extended. I found them to be quite impressive.
Oh, that feels good. You know, actually, I've tried to do that before.
What do you mean?
Washing off those silly stripes.
Why?
Oh. Well, when I was a child back then, you know how kids are. They make fun of everything, though. I don't know if human children are the same way.
Oh yes, kids, no matter what species, are bastards. They are. Trust me.
Don't press too hard there. That's my injured shoulder.
Oh, sorry. I'll be careful. Eventually, I reached her lower back, and while I was watching a particular spot on her left side, I could see her leg twitching slightly. Are you ticklish there?
I guess you noticed.
What happens if I do this? I repeated my ministrations, moving the sponge in circles over that particular spot.
Okay, stop that now, stop!
She started squirming, and suddenly her tail whacked around and hit me in the face, causing me to stumble and fall over backwards.
Oh no, are you okay?
I guess I deserve that. Ow.
Well, you tickle the dragon, you get the...
Tail, apparently. The forked tip of her tail was still hovering inches in front of my eyes. Its particular shape reminded me of something, and I couldn't help but grab it and hold it like a telephone. Hello? Hello?
What are you doing?
I think your phone isn't working.
Stop being silly.
Alright. I'm nearly done anyway. I resumed my scrubbing. By now, only her tail was left. Not being entirely sure about my technique, I moved the sponge over the tail's whole length in small circles. When I was nearly done, I noticed a low rumble emanating from her, reminding me of what an oversized cat's purr might sound like. Is that... Are you purring? Suddenly, her expression changed as she looked over her shoulder.
Are you done? You should take a step back if you don't want to get by the water.
After I left the shower again, I pressed the button on the wall, and the water resumed once more. She only stood under it briefly, and moved around a bit until the water had completely washed off the suds. When she turned off the water again, I realized that it didn't cling to her much at all. After she shook herself for a bit, stepped out again, nearly dry.
Oh, thanks. I really needed that.
You're welcome.
It's probably getting late for you, and I already held you up for this long.
Oh, don't worry about it. Oh, It's already dark outside.
I guess I took longer than I thought.
We're not supposed to go outside this late.
You're right. We're advised by the police to stay inside after nightfall because of, everything that's going on.
For me, this is even more important. We don't know if anyone out there who might want to target me.
I suppose you just have to spend the night then.
I guess so. And unfortunately, we fade to black there.
Oh, come on. They got a nice little picture you guys snuggled up or something with this big flappy flap blankety blankets.
They only give
Flicky
you
wings.
they only give you one picture for it.
It's such a tease.
Anyways, because we know we can't do Remy at this point unless I go back to their save, we're gonna go to the end of Anna's, and then we're gonna go back for Remy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're just gonna skip with getting some well-deserved rest. In the end, I decided to spend the day relaxing in my apartment. I didn't know when things would start picking up again, so I figured it would be better to get some rest as long as I still could. Whoa. Someone's phone buzzed, I think. After a night of turbulent dreams, my consciousness returned to the shores of the waking world. Well, today is the day of the big fireworks. Who shall I bring? Gee, I wonder. Well, let's go on. Just calling up Adine. I guess she's here.
Are you ready?
Ready for what?
The fireworks, silly.
Oh, of course. Let's go. After a few minutes of walking, we arrived at a rather empty-looking area near the edge of town.
Here we are.
If this is everyone, I'm disappointed. I thought they'd be more crowded here.
This is actually one of my training spots. And it turns out you can see the fireworks well from here, too.
So, this is your secret spot, then?
Wouldn't you want to know? I guess you can say so.
Well, now that I know of it, I suppose it's not so secret anymore.
Now if you keep it to yourself, we can make it our secret.
If you say so.
Hey, it looks like it's starting now. Take a good look.
We waited quietly as the stillness of night enveloped us. Soon, I heard the sound of the first rocket making its way into the night sky, after which it exploded in a pattern of colors. More rockets followed, their thunderous noise echoing throughout the land. Suddenly, a terrible realization hit me. Considering how public of an event this was, and how everyone would be watching the fireworks, now would be the best time for Reza to make his move. Not only was the village basically deserted, but the sounds of the fireworks would also overshadow any gunshots, giving him as much security as he would ever have. As the portal had been repaired by the mysterious person I met, now was the perfect time for Reza to make his getaway, and I was the only one who knew. Adine, I think we need to go. Now.
Stop joking around, Mel. You haven't seen the best part yet.
I know where Reza is. We need to stop him.
Are you serious?
Yes, I am.
What should we do then?
Maybe you can fly and get us some help. I'll try to buy some time by confronting him.
Alright. Where should I meet you?
Somewhere near the portal. You'll be there. Let's go. I arrived at the portal just a few minutes later. I couldn't help but be glad that it was still turned off, and didn't appear to have been used recently. But it meant Reza was still here somewhere. I looked around, thinking of where he could be, or if it was worth waiting for him here, when I saw something out of the corner of my eye. There was a suitcase leaning against the portal. When I opened it and checked its contents, I was surprised to find a few eggs inside. I had no doubt that this was Reza's doing. Apparently, he had broken into the hatchery again, stashing the eggs here, but he hadn't used the portal just yet. Why? Given that he hadn't left yet, the killer still had unfinished business in the area. The underground building. The administrator told me all about the prowess of the generators within. It probably hadn't been hard for Rez to guess the same, or to try stealing them from a place he knew would be even more deserted than the rest of the village was right now. He also didn't have far to go from the portal. All things considered, it was the only option that made sense to me. I couldn't wait for Reza here. I could have waited for Reza here, but in the end, I decided it would be better to meet him underground. If there was going to be a confrontation, I was sure I would have the advantage in a more crowded space. Even in the darkness, it was easy for me to spot the site where they had unearthed.
Reza has apparently failed to think with portals.
Even in the darkness, it was easy for me to spot the site they had unearthed. The building's entry, as it was roped off. That was it. Goddamn tongue, work with me. It was easy for me to spot the site where they had unearthed the building's entry, as it was in a roped-off area that I had seen from afar before. When I entered the building, I was met by a long, illuminated hallway that was lined with doors on both sides. Since the lights were already on, Reza had to be very close. I wasn't surprised at the building still having electricity, since its generators were also powering the portal. Suddenly, one of the doors opened, and out came Reza, carrying a large cardboard box. When he spotted me, he sat on the ground.
Breaker, would you like to reprise your role as Reza?
Why, yes, I could. Mel, what are you doing here? You don't know how glad I am to see you. I've wanted to talk with you for so long. I even tried to contact you, but I couldn't with someone trailing you all the time. But talking can wait. Now that you're here, we've got everything. Come on, help me with this and we'll get out of here.
No.
No? What are you talking about?
I'm not doing anything until you answer a few questions.
You want to talk now? Fine, sure. Why not? Probably got a few hours if we wanted to. None of them will disturb us here. We have to... we could even get the backup generator as well after we send this one over.
When did you realize we were in the past? How did you know about the comet?
I've known for a while. It's what I wanted to talk to you about when we met at the portal. How about you?
I only recently found out.
No? No. Looking back, it seems so obvious to me now. I'm not sure how exactly you figured out, but there were so many damn clues in when you think about it. I mean, how could a supposedly completely different, independent civilization speak the same language as us? What was this supposed to be? An alternate reality? No. It was just a different time. When was there ever anything resembling these creatures on Earth? It's not hard to make the jump from dragons to dinosaurs, when some of them here look pretty damn near identical to the dinosaurs we knew about. And then there are also the prehistoric fruits, plants, and the fact that their technology level is nearly exactly the same as our own past society. But we don't even have to think that abstract. You just need to look at the sky. The sun, the moon, even the stars are the same. Sure, constellations change over time, of course, but you know we could account for that stuff. You could have even pointed your PDA at the sky and would have told you the time period, including the imminent threat of being eradicated. We can even see the meteorite in the sky and how it changes position day after day.
Are you done being this condescending?
Yeah, I guess so.
You killed those dragons, Reza.
What a brilliant deduction, Sherlock.
Why did you do it?
Do you really need me to spell it out? I thought better of you, but fine. After I found out the truth about this place, I knew just waiting for the generators we were owed was not an option anymore. It would have taken who knows how long, but I didn't intend to stay a day longer than necessary. You won't believe how hard it was for me to acquire some generators. Some of the dragons didn't go down easily. But who cares that they got back the generators I stole? With just this one, we won't need any of the others.
How could you do this?
How could I do this? Seriously? Yeah, let me ask you this. What harm is there really in taking their generators when their whole civilization will be gone in a few weeks anyway? The ones I killed just died a little earlier than scheduled. Even if that creep hadn't shown up and interrupted our meeting, we would have had the time. We wouldn't have had the time for them to make the generators for us. Didn't have a choice either way.
How about we don't let them all die?
They aren't going to be extinct anytime soon, if that's what you're concerned about. I paid the hatchery another visit before I came here. With the right persuasion, I think we'll have plenty of reasons to keep at least some of them around. Bodyguards, border patrols, weapons. Even as pets or companions, as long as we make the necessary changes. See? It's not as bad as you think.
I'm not going to just abandon them like that, only for their whole civilization to be wiped out.
Get your priorities straight, Mel. Next, you'd rather starve because you suddenly empathize with a steak, and you're not satisfied just starving by yourself. No, you're going to let all of us starve because you want to impose your morals on everyone. Since when do you think that you get to have a say in this? You know why you're here. What you're proposing is treason, and you know the consequences. But you know, personally, I don't mind if you want to stay here. You know I don't care about corporal punishment. Just let me through, and you can do whatever you wish.
I can't do that, Riza.
I see how it is. You've told them they've told you they need the generator to stop the comet, huh? And now you become their lackey. Don't tell me you've been drinking up what they've been telling you. You know they have as much of a vested interest in this whole thing as humanity does, and that I and you do, or at least you used to. Do you think they wouldn't do the same thing if their families were on the line instead of ours?
Their entire world is on the line here.
They live in perfect harmony with their perfect green energy source and no reason for wars or conflicts, yada yada yada. We had that too. What happened then? Well, of course you do. Everything got destroyed. This is such an idiotic trope. You know that, right? Random person meets weird natives, learns their ways, and then ends up saving them. What do they need you for, huh? Maybe they're going to be extinct for a reason if they can't save themselves. Ever thought of that?
You know of our suffering, yet you will let them have it?
You know something? I don't actually care what happens to them. But unlike you, I was at least trying to save humanity.
At any cost?
Yes, because we have the solution right here. And you want to get philosophical now? Don't you think we deserve it? We did give this to them after all. They've had it for who knows how long. And now, it's time for us.
Not like this.
Do you think I actually like this? If there was a different way, I wouldn't have spent the last few weeks doing what you didn't. We don't live in this fairy tale world of yours, where there is a perfect solution to everything. You should know that. Just being here for a few weeks must have messed you up. And I think I know why. You got too used to all the comforts they have here. And you actually don't care if they all die back home, do you? You've forgotten your family. As long as you stay here, in this perfect little world of yours, you can have discarded everything and everyone back home and replace it with this. Maybe it was. Maybe it is because you just don't have a life back home. I can even understand that a little. Of course, it would be nice just to stay here, where they have everything that we don't. But being here also reminded me of everything I hated about our world as it used to be. The pettiness, the politics. And say about the solar flare what you want, but it leveled the playing field and gave people like us a chance to make an actual difference. For all of our efforts, what did we get? A vote that was meaningless in a sea of stupidity and lies. Now everyone has to pull their own weight. We make the rules. You, of all people, should understand that. Of course, they wouldn't. They haven't experienced how it is to live like we do now. To see the world burn and everyone you know die around you.
And because I have, I won't let the same thing happen to them.
How many do you think died back home? Just in the 2 weeks you've been here? Because we don't have the power for the hospital, huh? Do you think those victims aren't worth mentioning? Or do you just care about the few dragons I killed? Our city is the last bastion of a civilized society in a world where nothing else is left. Maybe you've forgotten about them, but I haven't. How many of us do you think will still be there in a month, a year? Or are they just a statistic to you?
The same could be said for the dragons,
Well, what do you want to do? Talk me down from this? And then what? It's too late anyway. You think they're going to let us go after what I've done? Fat chance. Whatever you may think, you'll find that our leaders back home agree with my course of action.
Why are you telling me this?
Because I expect you to join me.
That's not going to happen.
And you call yourself an ambassador? This generator is the only thing we need for our city to survive. How can you even argue about this?
The dragons also need that generator, and I'll do what is necessary to stop you if I have to.
So that makes you judge, jury, and executioner of humanity. What a wonderful set of morals you have, Mel.
We only need to wait until the comet passes by safely.
You think that can stop the comet? You think you can stop the comet and you need this generator to do that? Sure. And if your plan fails, then not only is this world gone, but we may lose any and all hope to save our own. We are so close now. We can't risk anything by waiting for your crazy plan when back home they're dying by the minute. I will not let you.
You only want to save your own two-faced hide, because you don't want to face the consequences of what you did. Why are you laughing about this?
Because it's a joke. It must be. I'm the one with the gun. And you thought you could just waltz in here and lecture me. Listening to you was fun and all, but the grown-ups must get back to work now. I mean, what are you gonna do? You can't stop me now anyway.
He pulled out his gun and pointed it at me. Reza, wait. Why can't we just talk about this?
We just did.
No. What about...
Wait. You're just trying to distract me, aren't you?
No. I'm just...
Shut up! They're probably already on their way.
Suddenly, Reza shot me in the leg, causing me to fall over and squirm in pain. I saw Reza running through the box, hitting the generator. He lifted it and lifted it up using both of his hands before making his way towards the exit as fast as he could. When Reza got close to the entrance, I saw a flurry of gray zipping past me with a thunderous gallop. I looked towards Reza, who turned around, dropped the box, and grabbed his pistol. It was Maverick, who pounced immediately. Reza fell to the ground, and before he could so much as react, Maverick buried his teeth in Reza's neck and bit down. Reza slumped instantly and didn't move again. And this time we didn't see the admin get shot, just me and my leg. Ow. Then Adine appeared and called out to Maverick.
Why did you have to kill him?
Because I'm not taking chances anymore.
Ugh, what took you so long?
Mel, are you alright?
Oh, I'm fine, just... Okay, he got me in the leg. Maybe there's a first aid kit in one of these rooms. Adine went into one of the adjoining rooms, only to reappear with a first aid kit shortly afterwards.
Can I do anything else? I'm not sure if I can apply the bandage.
You could tell me what took you so long.
Well, at first Badrick wanted to storm the place head on, and I remember the map you gave me and the other entrance. We heard you two talking and figured we'd go surprise him if he went the other way.
Well, I guess I shouldn't complain then, because this could have turned out so much worse. Well done, Adine.
We probably should be getting you some real help.
She turned to Maverick.
Come on. What are you waiting for?
Maybe he thinks I'm going to take the generator while you're gone.
Guess you really wanted to stop Reza. My apologies.
He turned, and they both left. Shortly thereafter, the administrator appeared and came towards me. Izumi, you're kind of late this time too.
Who wants to be the administrator?
Oh, well, technically, I should probably be saying this because there's a plot twist here.
Go ahead.
How ironic that you would remember her name now. Besides, it didn't seem like you really needed me. Good job. Her name? What are you talking about? I'm not Izumi. The person I thought was the administrator took off the mask, only to reveal a strangely familiar face underneath. Remember the last ending we did, Azumi died, and we took her mask and her cloak.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was wondering about this.
The person before me had a face that looked exactly like mine, down to the tiniest detail. It was like looking into a mirror or at a twin. It was me. You understand why I'm wearing the mask now. How is this possible? It's complicated. By now, I guess you know that this always ends with you traveling back in time when something goes wrong. When I was in your position, Izumi died during our confrontation with Reza, and as all the experience from all the different attempts vanished with her, I decided I had to become the person who would oversee the next one. I didn't know just how complicated it would be. Luckily, she left a lot behind to help me, and I executed her plan just as she would. So, what do we do now? Well, all the generators still intact, so we will have no trouble diverting the comet and saving this world. But I also know that you feel very strongly about executing the mission you were sent here for. Unfortunately, I'm starting to realize now that this won't be possible. What are you talking about? As outlined in Nozumi's plan, I deleted the coordinates that would lead back to humanity's portal when I repaired this one, replacing them with the coordinates to travel back in time to the day of your arrival in this world. Unfortunately, this means that our connection to humanity's portal is lost. Are you saying we could have saved humanity if you just didn't remove those coordinates? I'm hoping this is not getting very confusing, but I am literally talking with myself right now, so... I'm afraid so. Then why did you do it? I didn't realize it would come to this. I just executed her plan as she would have. I can understand her reasoning for it, though. It presents an extraordinary risk. Eliminating these coordinates also eliminates the possibility of Reza getting away through the portal, taking the generator we need with him. And why not just tie them to my biometric data, like the coordinates we need to travel back in time? That wouldn't be much help, because in scenarios where Reza escapes with the generator, he wouldn't hesitate to kill you to take what he needs to bypass the biometric scan and use the portal anyway. Then, the only way to achieve what we want is not delete those coordinates! Can we really take that risk? You know that if we fail badly enough, even once, if the portal gets destroyed, or if both the Administrator and you die, there won't be any more chances. If you've seen what goes on from the Administrator's side during my stay here, I suppose you would be the one to decide that. You should be the one to decide that. But that still doesn't address the question of what we should do now, though. Well, if you want to make this happen, one of us will have to go back, do this all over again. And what happens to the other? They could stay here and live their life however they wanted. How about Edine? I wish I could stay with her. All she does for the orphans. I wish I could be part of that. I wish I could be done with this already and settle down. But someone has to go back. And ensure we can reach the bottom of the outcome both of us want. No matter if it's you or me, one of us has to do it. Otherwise, all those we know at home, I don't think I need to tell you. Why you make me think of those who suffer? You'll never forget them. And, if you don't do this, it will haunt you. I know. But what do you want me to do? Go back in time and do it all over again? It's what we've been trying to do all this time, you know. No compromise. Of course you want me to do it so you can stay here, huh? I will do it myself, if that's what it takes. I just hoped it wouldn't have to be me. Don't we both? If we wanted to settle for an outcome where we just stop the comet and stay here, we would have done so a long time ago. It doesn't mean we're both not tired of this. Maybe forgetting everything again by stepping through the portal would be a boon, then. Oh, don't try to make this more palatable for me. How many times have we done this now? I don't know.
Oh wow, it ended like that.
Yeah, we don't know which. They probably just pulled. They probably just did rock paper scissors until someone won.
Oh my gosh.
I went back in time the first time. Now it's your turn.
But yep, that is Adine's good ending. So we just have one more left.
Yay, a good ending where someone didn't die.
Well, someone
I mean-
kind of did.
I mean, Reza died.
Yeah.
Ah, who gives a shit about Reza? He was going to kill everyone anyways.
Yeah.
Reza's a jackass. Yeah, he is.
But anyways, we still have that loading point, so we can do Remy's quite quickly. Unless, unless of course, we get frickin' Undertale again.
Just a reminder, this is before Undertale.
Yes.
Uh-huh. Undertale learned from the best.
How did I do okay with my voice acting this time? Was it okay?
It was good. It was still good.
Oh, you guys just gonna say that makes me feel better.
What? Oh, and Zoro, what if they both decided to hop through the portal? Probably eventually end up with that door monster door monster what was that? What was the name of that? That's what we kept jumping at different versions of himself, jump at the past to stop him having a conversation with himself.
Primer.
No, it was a door monster skit. And technically part one of a bunch of them. It was something stupidity. I forgot the full name. Nope.
Oh, hello.
What we do now?
For the time being, I suppose I'll be stuck in this world.
Just losing that connection to Manny's portal? How's that even possible?
I don't know. Maybe we'll never be able to reestablish contact.
No matter what happens, you'll always be welcome here. You put your life on the line to save us, and it cost your colleague to his life.
Reza was never my colleague.
So what was he exactly?
You know, maybe it's better if humanity never finds out what happened.
Oh well. Either way, I'm glad you're here now. And I think Aimee will appreciate it too.
You think so?
I'm sure of it. People from the orphanage should be here any minute now.
I'm a bit nervous, to be honest.
Have you ever babysat before?
Not a dragon, that's for sure.
Don't worry, I'll be with you the whole time. But you have to be very careful, alright?
Of course.
Guess that's time. Are you ready?
I think so.
Opens the door and there's Time Twister standing in the door.
What? I think he's adopting a baby dragon.
You've seen Adine's good ending. Alright. Time for Remy.
Yay!
Because I'm making this my finale, and I don't care how long we have to stream until we make it the finale. Oh, that must be him. Remy? I forgot about that. I forgot about
I
that.
wasn't expecting that at all.
What?
I was.
But I'm going to take a guess that he thinks that this is the traditional human custom.
Remy, what's that on your face?
Don't you know what? Don't you know what it is?
Well, it looks like lipstick, but I didn't know that was a thing here.
You're right. It is lipstick. It's not something that existed in this world before, though.
Wait, how did you get some then?
I have one of your PDAs, remember? I studied it a bit and then came across the entry on lipstick. Based on the necessary ingredients, I realized I could make some myself, so I did.
Did you do this to look pretty for me?
I just figured you'd miss these kind of things. Things that are normal for you. Snicker, snicker.
It hasn't been really normal back home in quite a while. Lipstick isn't common these days. Didn't the entry also specify that it's typically used by females?
Now that you mention it, I did get that impression, but I found the sentiment a bit puzzling. Why would a product like this only be used by one gender?
Well, I guess social norms dictate that certain traits are only desirable in one gender. Thus, highlighting them like this would increase the attractiveness.
Oh, I think I get it now. It's all based on sexual dimorphism. The biological differences between the sexes are much greater in your species than it is ours, so I suppose the traits you're looking for can be different too. Generally speaking, sexual dimorphism is much greater in mammals than it is in reptiles. While it can vary wildly by species, external indicators usually are pretty much always present. Like mammaries, for example, an always present and often obvious reminder. This makes so much more sense now, it's kind of embarrassing.
By the way, Dev, I noticed you're dipping back into your own voice, not Remy's. The Remy voice.
Well, I'm trying to use this mix of tones because he's embarrassed. Should I get rid of it?
No, not at all. No, leave it on. It's always that people here would know about its history.
I suppose that's true.
Besides, the thing about females wearing it isn't really a hard rule. And there are males who do it too. Anyone can wear it if they want to, really.
Well, if you say so. Still, it's kind of uncomfortable. I think I'd rather take it off.
Uncomfortable?
I suppose it's not really suited for our scales. There, that should do it.
Shall we go then?
Actually, it seems we're pretty early. They're probably still setting up.
I see. Well, we could just stay here in the meantime.
Oh, for sure. I just realized I haven't actually been in here since I prepared the apartment for you. Have you read any good books I got you?
Oh, so you're the one who stocked the bookshelf.
They're all library books. I wanted to provide you a good sample of what we had to offer, so there should be something in there for anyone. Looks like you've read a few books in the Sheridan series.
Sheridan. Oh, they were pretty interesting.
Oh, really?
I know they're not exactly highbrow, but they're entertaining. And what more do you want? And what more do you want a book to be?
I guess we all have our own tastes.
Hey, don't judge me.
Judging.
Can I offer you some food or drink? I barely used any of the stuff in the kitchen.
Why not?
I didn't want to touch anything that didn't at least resemble something I know. After all, I have no idea how to prepare them right, or even know if they're safe for me to eat.
Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to get you all those perishables then. I wanted to provide you with a bit of everything, considering I had to prepare the apartment for someone I really didn't know much about.
Oh, some of them are good. It's interesting to taste the subtle and sometimes not so subtle differences in the similar fruits we have back at home.
Did you throw anything out?
Not really. Why do you ask?
You've been here for nearly 2 weeks now, so even if some of them were safe for you to eat, there probably aren't any more. Let me clean out your closet. We don't want to have any health hazards for you while you're here, after all.
Well, feel free.
Just look at this!
He showed me a juicy-looking, vaguely spherical fruit whose bright red color was unlike any other fruit I've ever seen. That's a very bright red. I don't think even our best apples would compare.
Well, they're usually blue. Red means that you're supposed to throw them away as they have expired, and by then toxins have already set in. Ooh.
Oh, well, I wasn't planning on eating it anyway.
Or this one, it's all moldy.
I don't see any mold.
Do you see these spots here?
Oh, sure, but if that's supposed to be mold, it looks very different from the mold we have back home.
I see. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to stock up on perishables. I didn't consider all the implications of doing something like this. Had you eaten the wrong thing, you could have been in the hospital by now.
Hey, don't stress yourself out about it. Honestly, someone would have to be pretty reckless just to go ahead and start munching on things they don't know about. Like, people in adventure games, for example.
I was thinking the same thing.
Or Link in Breath of the Wild, who sometimes cooks questionable concoctions and still eats it anyways.
Hey, look, dragon tail. Nom nom nom.
If anyone was smart enough to be sent here, they probably wouldn't take a risk like that.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Or someone, for instance, Skyrim. I started thinking Minecraft. Sometimes we need to eat the zombie meat just to survive because we couldn't find anything better.
Yes, that's always a good idea.
Nevertheless, I better get rid of everything that's past its date. We don't really want the mold in the air here anyway.
If you say so. Once more, he dove into the closet. I heard him wrenching around as he checked the fruits and vegetables thoroughly. Hold on a sec. I gotta check something with my bot here. They seem to be posting double now. No, for no reason. It's weird.
That should be everything. Well, one is your Discord and the other one is your donation.
No, well, yeah, but it's the same bot doing the timer. It's weird. It's like the timers are off.
Oh.
Like it's supposed to be like one every so often, and then the next one it rotates. supposed to be doing a rotation unless one of my settings got messed up. Heck, it's not even respecting minimum chat lines today even. I know it's when I first started and instantly posted and normally it waits till someone actually says something.
Oh.
I'm gonna disable my maid for now. She needs a break, apparently.
Even Kabuls need holidays.
Thanks. I bet the wine didn't go bad, though. Do you want some?
I'm not really a big fan of wine.
How come?
I just can't enjoy it as some others do, I suppose. I'm willing to try anything at least once, though.
Anything?
Well, at least as far as food and drinks are concerned.
Huh. Let's try some together, then.
Well, if you want to.
Sure. What kind of wine is this, anyway?
I'm not sure. I just grabbed it when I got all the other stuff.
Don't tell me you just went with for the cheapest one.
Of course not. Everyone knows that you don't just buy the cheapest stuff, you go for the second cheapest.
Oh well. What kind of container should I get for you anyway?
We're having wine, so let's go with wine glasses. The stem usually makes it possible for me to grip it with my vestigial thumb, so there shouldn't be any problems.
Alright.
And yet Bryce drinks his beer from bowls.
It's Bryce. Plus, Bryce is an earth dragon. He doesn't really have the vestigial thumb. He has big, clumsy paws. Big, strong, handsome, clumsy paws. Here you go.
What shall we drink to?
A wonderful friendship.
Alright, to a wonderful friendship.
I took a sip from my wine glass. Remy really hadn't been kidding about getting the second cheapest bottle, because that was exactly what it tasted like. How do you like it?
Must be an acquired taste, I think. How about you?
It's bad. It's bad. I'm not surprised you don't like it either.
Maybe I should buy the third cheapest next time.
Maybe.
Just look at the time. I think we should start heading back to the festival now.
Sure. Let's go.
This is strange. Usually there'd be a crowd here by now.
Do you think they canceled it? With Reza still being out there, maybe they thought it wasn't a good idea to have a public spectacle like this.
Cancel the summer festival? Inconceivable.
Oh, it doesn't really look like the festival is going on right now, though.
I don't know what's going on.
Hey, I think I know this guy. Let's go and ask him. It's Zong. And we don't have Draco, so,
Hey, Mel. How can I help you?
Oh, we were just planning to go to the festival, but it doesn't seem like there's much going on here yet.
Well, you came to the right place. but the festival is not starting for another hour at least.
What? But the festival's always started at this time.
You must have missed the memo then. They moved it by an hour. Something about the daylight and making the fireworks more visible as a result.
Well, that's a shame.
Now I'm kind of getting hungry too.
Ah, well, I can help you with that at least.
What are you selling?
Skewers, meatballs, all kinds of grilled things, really.
Well, I could go for some meatballs. How about you?
You know what? I'll also take the meatballs.
No problem. Just let me wrap this up for you.
I guess that makes us your first customers for the day. What do we owe you?
For you two, it's free.
That's very kind of you. Thank you.
Have fun at the festival.
Thanks. Well, what do we do now? Do we go back?
Well, since we're already here and got all this stuff, let's sit down somewhere.
Sure. So, we went off to the side as more dragons arrived and started setting up their various booths. How are the meatballs?
They're actually pretty good. How about your stuff?
It's great. I'm surprised, honestly. You never know with stuff that comes out of food carts.
You're right. Maybe we got lucky.
Or maybe it's because it's still fresh.
Who knows?
What was that about fireworks, though? Is the big show coming up later?
Oh no. The festival is just getting started, and there are fireworks every day. But the big show is what everyone wants to see. That one is happening in a few days. It officially concludes the festivities.
Oh, I see. A while later, the festival had kicked off, and the crowds were already coming in. Dragons of all shapes and colors filled the paths, ready to see the sights of the festival had to offer. Booths lined both sides of the way. It reminded me a lot of a typical carnival setup, with the booths being filled with shops, food stands, games, and much more. Well, it seems the festival has already started. Let's go.
You know what? How about we just stay here? I really don't like crowds. I've seen the festival so many times already. I'd rather just stay here with you.
Aw, I thought you wanted to show me around. But I suppose we could stay here if you prefer that.
The main attraction is always the big fireworks show at the end of the festival, and that one isn't going to happen today anyway.
So why do you need me? Why do we need to come here in the first place, then? Is something wrong?
I just had to realize that as nice as it is right now, you'll have to leave this world again eventually. It's been such a long time now, I didn't even have a single friend. In my job, you always have to smile when serving customers. How could I be surrounded by people all the time, yet feel so alone? All these people have their own lives, families, friends, and relationships, yet I had none of that. In a world where everyone else seemed to be happy, I was the odd one out, who had to pretend in order to belong. How could that not have eaten away at me day after day?
I love how his ears blush at the same time as the nose ridge. I always love that aspect.
Yet one day, I heard about the plans of the humans coming here. Like many others, I was very excited at the prospect of our myths becoming true. And then, one day when Reza stepped through the portal, amidst all the pomp and fanfare you could imagine, it was quite a sight to behold, really. You wouldn't believe how much joy I felt during that moment. Emra, of course, took all the limelight she could. First there was this big speech in front of a huge crowd, then a procession after she had officially welcomed Reza. When it was time for you to arrive, it was decided that it wouldn't be a public event this time due to security concerns. I know that Emra wasn't going to be there if she wasn't able to make it all about herself. I begged her to let me do it, just to be able to get this close to a human at least once, to talk with them and see what they're like, to experience them. She told me that if I did a few favors for her, I could be the one to greet you. I knew that she wasn't going to be there anyway, but if I didn't do what she wanted, she would just send some other lackey instead. So I did everything she asked me for. She did keep her word, though. In the end, I was the one who would introduce you to this little world of ours. It may... Uh-oh.
Did someone fall asleep?
I think so.
I heard snoring.
I think we lost
I
Dronon.
thought I heard snoring too.
It is 1 in the morning. It might not have seemed like much to you, but with just us two and no one else being there, it was something very special to me. It was not just some public spectacle like the summer festival or Reza's arrival, but for the first time in so long, I felt like this moment was about you and me, and no one else. For someone in my position, it just made me feel very happy to have such an extraordinary thing happen to me. Of course, I was very curious to see how much of our myths would line up with reality, and I was even more overjoyed when you visited me in the library. When you accepted my invitation to come into my home, I was glad to have you there. It seemed like you wanted to be there and weren't just someone out to use me in some way. I began to feel hope. When I met you in the park, I think the only reason I could tell you everything about myself was because I knew that you were going to leave again eventually. And now, after all of this, I can hardly believe you're still here with me.
Why wouldn't I be?
You're just so nice to me. Yet, even after the time I've spent with you, it seems that soon I'll have to let you go again. At least I got to know you. And thanks to you, I was able to reconnect with Adine. Now it just seems so petty to not have spoken with her for such a long time. All those times when I felt alone and depressed, and I was only a phone call away from someone who still cared about me.
But now that you have, this also means that your worst times are over. You're not alone anymore.
That is true. To some people, it may not matter much if they have one friend more or less. But you know what makes the biggest difference? Having one friend you didn't used to. We even went to the orphanage together some time ago to help with the kids there. It seems one of them has taken quite a liking to me.
Well, that sounds lovely.
Her name is Vera, and she...
Vera? I remember her.
You know about her then? It's such a sad story. But enough about me. What will you do once you get back to your own world again?
I'm honestly not sure. I don't even know what will happen to me when I return. These last few days, a lot of things have happened that have changed my perspective on what I'm doing here. Reza and those who sent me.
Is that a bad thing?
I don't know yet. At the very least, though, I could say that I've done what I believe was right.
You should be careful with rhetoric like that.
What do you mean?
That kind of talk makes it very easy to justify any means when it serves the right cause, whatever that may be. The more important thing is, have you done anything that you might regret? No matter what you think, keep in mind that you may be held accountable for your actions by others, or even yourself. Don't just do something because you think it's for the right reasons. Do it when you are aware of the possible consequences as well.
You're right. I have no way of knowing what my actions will amount to once I return.
Do you really wish to go back to your own world?
If I didn't, it would only serve to strain the relationship we've been trying to build with your people here, which is something that could be elementary for our survival. Besides, I didn't do it for those who reign over the city back home, or those who might have wanted to betray me. Let's not forget that even under the worst regimes, there are just normal people trying to survive too. If I have the power to make a difference for them, would it be right for me to just leave them be in order to seek my own happiness? That's exactly the kind of thing we're talking about, right?
In the end, we all have to make our own decisions.
If I leave them behind, and I leave them to the people like Reza, and those who sent me here.
What do you want to do? Overthrow them?
I don't even have the complete picture myself right now. How could I even consider what to do, even when I know? What I do know, though, is that if I don't do what they expect me, there will be consequences.
Maybe you'll just have to wait and see.
That's not an option right now. Riz is still out there, armed and dangerous.
Don't you think that's a matter better left to our police force? It could be very dangerous for you to interfere.
Far too late to reconsider. I've already been tangled up in this too much. Besides, I can't stop now. Don't forget how many he's killed already. He won't hesitate to do so again in order to reach his goal. In the end, it's my duty to stop him. If I don't, how would your people look at humanity? How could I face you again, knowing that my negligence could cause suffering and loss for others here if I just stop now.
I wish I could be as brave as you.
I don't think bravery has anything to do with it. It must be stopped, one way or another.
I know. Just be careful, alright?
I'll try.
We've been here for a while now. How about I walk you back to your apartment?
What about the festival?
Well, if you still want to go, we could catch the big fireworks show together in a few days.
Oh, that's an idea.
Alright, then let's do that.
I watched Remy as he got up again, stretching himself in a way that reminded me of a cat, before I prepared to leave again. Oh, you're still here. How's business? Song?
Great.
Breaker.
Can we lose on?
Apologies, mic mismuted. As expected. People always get hungry at these events eventually. Can I offer you some more meatballs?
No thanks. I'm quite full from my earlier helping.
Well, how about you, Mel?
A tempting offer, but we're just about to call it a day.
I see. Are you going to watch the big fireworks at the end of the festival?
That's the plan.
Ah, lovely. Be sure not to miss it. You haven't seen anything until you've seen the fireworks.
That's what everyone keeps telling me.
Because it's true.
Is this not the guy who went? Yeah, Zong is the person who has that son he wants to take on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, we should probably get going.
Well, have a very good day then.
You too. And here we are again.
Indeed.
And we're getting close to the part Koki's not going to want to miss. Did you want to clean up my bathroom cabinet as well or something?
That's a good one.
He gave a big sigh.
You know how I feel. I guess I just wanted to make the most of this day.
Speaking of which, I never actually seen you without your tie.
Well, actually... How about now? You kept the collar.
You're pretty cute, you know that.
Is that just a term of endearment, or are you actually serious?
I am serious. 100%. He looked at me, hesitating. Then, he took a step forward, his head slowly moving closer to my own. There it is! Remy moving in for a
Smoochy
kiss.
snoot.
Yep.
Aww.
Smooch snoot!
Kiss him. We met, and my arms enveloped his neck as her lips touched. For a few seconds, we were closer than ever before. During the kiss, he used a lot more tongue than I expected.
What? Lick. He's a dragon.
Oh, I wonder if Corgi fell asleep too, because I didn't hear her giggle at that.
Mm-hmm. Well, her mic is muted at the moment.
Probably giggling quietly then to herself.
Mm-hmm.
Just after we parted, he finished by giving me a small lick on the cheek.
How was that?
Unique, that's for sure.
Maybe I shouldn't wear the tie. Maybe I shouldn't wear the tie anymore if this is what happens when I take it off.
Actually, I think you should keep it.
Really?
Yeah, looks good on you.
Well, you say so. Anyway, it is getting late, so I should probably get going now. Don't forget about the fireworks.
Oh, for sure.
I'll see you then.
Until we meet again.
Thank you again for everything.
What? I wanted to make this finale, but this is dragging on a lot longer than I thought it was going to. And we have one person essentially falling asleep on us. So I guess we'll have to call this here and make the next stream the finale. The true finale. The true finale.
The true
finale?
Yeah, I'm still here, but I feel like I'm about to nod off too.
I'm very sleepy as well.
I'm fully awake.
Yes, who was that lying again?
There was actually there was actually a time frame where like during the first hour of the stream I was like falling asleep just because I didn't get that much great of sleep the night before.
It's alright. Honestly, I was hoping we would end this today, but this took a lot longer than I thought. And I know there's when we get to do the true ending, it's just one chapter, but it is pretty long. So it won't be like a full 4 hours, but it will be a decent amount. Okay. And even then, we couldn't
So
do
we got
like
a fairly long stream ahead of us still then.
and we can still have plain discussion afterwards too.
Yes.
Hey Corgi, you're with us.
Yeah.
Did you see the smooch?
I saw the smooch and they gave it a little lick on the cheek. I saw.
just wanted to make sure you didn't fall asleep on us too.
Oh no, I didn't fall asleep. I just kept myself muted because I did a lot of reading tonight and I was letting other people take turns.
Mm-hmm.
I know. He's the only one who actually kissed out of all romantic encounters. Oddly enough, his the most romantic. You actually did something.
Well, each of them have different personalities. Like Anna's very dominant. Bryce's, well, Bryce, the handsome hunk. Yeah. Adine's a sweetie. Lorem is. I mean, he's an adult, but he's still just a young cutie, you know. Plus with his situation, he's probably like still unsure of that whole thing, anyways. And Remy of course is the romantic who lost love but is regaining it.
With lipstick.
I'm glad I completely forgot about that. I'm glad you got a kick out of that.
Too.
But yeah.
Well, I guess it's our journey at the end of this game, huh?
Yep. There's just the proper ending with Remy, and then it's the final chapter, the true ending. So.
Are we done for tonight? Are you doing this again?
Yeah, we're going to do this again. We're going to do this one more night.
I thought this was the finale.
I know.
It was supposed to be, but it's running long.
It ended up running longer than I actually thought it was going to. So the next the next stream is going to be the true finale.
Okay.
Just like the true ending.
It's just a tease.
Mm-hmm. Well.
Hey, I wish I planned it better. Okay.
No worries.
But anyways,
so
thank you all for joining me, everyone, in stream. Well, Mara's
Absolutely.
asleep, but thanks, Mara, again for the raid. And I have been your Empress.
I've been the little Merper Dav.
Oh, I just your regular old corgi, I guess.
Yes.
And the computer or system, whatever you want to call it.
And I have been the guardian dragon Aeros, voicing as Bryce.
And I have been the Fulf of the Void, Dawnbreaker, voicing whoever may cross my path.
And I had a chance to voice Maverick tonight, at least a little bit. And that
And
that one
Saharu again.
Did Sky fall
And
asleep,
of
or is
course,
he still
surprising
with
my
you?
role was Katsuharu. Katsuharu. Bleh, I'm tired.
It's
and
okay.
I've been Dronon voicing Sebastian.
And
I'm
Sky's.
really entertained.
Yeah, but there's Sky in the background. Anyways, night, everyone.
Night.
Nighty night.